네, 지금 내부의 귀빈들께서 입장하고 계십니다.
The delegates and guests are now entering the event hall. Welcome.
네, 지금 지식재산과 메타버스 국제포럼의 주요 내외인분들 입장하고 계십니다.
The participants and guests and delegates for the Global Forum on IP and Metaverse are entering the hall.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I am your MC for the Global Forum on IP Metaverse. I am the announcer, Song Kyu-ah. Thank you for taking time out of your schedules to join us today at the Global Forum on IP and Metaverse. Before we begin the event, we must remember the tragedy that took place last Saturday in Itaewon. With wishes that the deceased will rest in peace, we will have a short moment of silence. I kindly ask everyone to please stand up.
일통 묵념.
A moment of silence.
바로
Thank you. Please take your seats. Today's event begins with some opening remarks by Dr. Ju Young-chang, Vice Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Ministry of Science and ICT, and then we will listen to congratulatory remarks from Director General Darren Tang of WIPO and Kim Young-sik, lawmaker. Then we will have a keynote speech and sessions 1, 2, 3, and panel discussion. First, I would like to invite Dr. Ju Young-chang, Vice Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Ministry of Science and ICT. Because we are in national mourning, please refrain from applauding as he takes the stage. I would like to invite Vice Minister Ju Young-chang for Science, Technology, and Innovation of the Ministry of Science and ICT.
안녕하십니까. 과학기술정보
Good morning, everyone. My name is Young Chang-ju. I'm the Vice Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation from the Ministry of Science and ICT. Before I begin, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the victims of the tragedy in Itaewon on October 29th. Let me just begin by extending my gratitude to the organizers at the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the Korean Intellectual Property Office, and many IP experts for preparing this event despite the difficult circumstances. I would also like to thank Mr. Darren Tang, the Director General of the WIPO, for sending his congratulatory remarks on video. We are currently living in a time when digitalization transcends the realm of technology, enabling innovation in politics, economy, society, and culture under the grandiose digital transition, and at the center of this era is a new digital continent that is referred to as a metaverse, where the virtual and real worlds meet and converge. The metaverse will be a natural part of our daily lives that crosses over the two worlds, based on innovative technology that turn all of our imagination into reality. The metaverse is a world of completely new experiences, and it's expected to create unlimited opportunities and economic value. And so major countries and big techs are engaged in competition to strengthen their competitiveness by developing new technology and expanding investment. However, the metaverse is still an evolving industry and will inevitably experience issues that we've never faced before. The field of intellectual property, like industrial property, copyright, that uphold the metaverse ecosystem is no exception. A diverse array of IP-related issues have been arising. So copying well-known trademarks in the real world in the metaverse and the issue of who is attributable to the works produced by avatars and IP infringement taking place in the metaverse have no borders, and these are some examples of the issues that we face. So to find a balance between the fair use of intellectual property and protection of creators' rights, and to build a sustainable and trusted metaverse ecosystem, global coordination is highly essential. So the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property has organized this forum in this regard as a chance to discuss these issues and contribute to the policy making going forward. I'm sure that today's forum will serve as a venue to listen to experts on the various examples, case studies, and the latest trends of different countries, and for us to gather our wisdom. Recently, the Korean government announced the Korean Digital Strategy, and it reflects our vision to lead the world in the digital innovation. The Metaverse roadmap will be established and also implemented as part of this strategy. Last but not least, let me close by thanking the organizers for your hard work and wishing the health and happiness of all participants. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 주영창 과학기술 혁신.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Vice Minister Ju Young-chang. With the development of Metaverse, the significance of IP has become much more meaningful, according to his remarks. Now we would like to listen to some congratulatory remarks from the Director General of WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang. Because he wasn't able to join us today in person, he will be greeting us on screen.
Vice Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation at the Ministry of Science and ICT. Distinguished delegates, it is an honor to help open this global forum on IP and the metaverse. I'd like to thank the Presidential Council on IP, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the Korean Intellectual Property Office for inviting me to participate in this event. On behalf of everyone at WIPO, I'd like to also extend my deepest condolences to all those affected by the recent terrible tragedy that took place in Seoul. Our hearts go out to those who lost a loved one, and we wish those who are injured a full and fast recovery. In this time of grief and national mourning, our thoughts and sympathies are with our Korean colleagues and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the metaverse became life in science fiction, and it was the author Neil Stephenson who coined the term in his novel Snow Crash exactly 30 years ago. Since then, the ways in which we live, work and play have changed significantly. In today's world, the creativity of science fiction and the new horizons opened up by frontier technologies seem to be converging. Therefore, it is fitting that the metaverse is moving beyond the page. In the first 5 months of the year, more than $120 billion was poured into the metaverse. That's more than double the total investments the year before, 2021. And in this fast-moving environment, the Republic of Korea is recognized as a metaverse pioneer. WIPO is following with interest how authorities in Seoul are building a metaverse platform that will enable citizens to access public services virtually. The Digital New Deal 2.0 program, launched by the Ministry of Science and ICT, promises to add momentum to the domestic metaverse industry. And young artists such as aespa are taking the metaverse and using the metaverse to find new ways of engaging with their fans. If any one word is most commonly associated with the metaverse, it is potential. This reflects both the scale of the opportunities at play and the fact that its final form is still to emerge. But what we know for sure is that given the key role of innovators and creators in shaping this process and shaping the emergence of the metaverse, IP and the metaverse will be closely linked. IP rights are of course essential to the protection of virtual goods and consumers, but IP also helps to incentivize investments into the metaverse and provides the basis for cooperation and licensing agreements that are necessary for a single harmonized metaverse to emerge. And IP is a mechanism through which artists, designers, and app developers and others will make a living from the virtual world. But beyond this, the various players involved in constructing the metaverse need clear and transparent rules, as well as legal certainty if they are to operate successfully. It should come as no surprise that even in its infancy, the metaverse has given rise to legal and IP issues, as questions of IP enforcement and jurisdiction play out in the virtual world. Against this backdrop, today's forum is an important opportunity to share perspectives and reflect on how this area is developing. Various IP officers have already updated their guidelines to better accommodate these developments. This includes the Korean IP Office, who introduced new trademark guidelines on the examination of virtual goods just in July. The global nature of the metaverse is decentralized and open system, and the possibility of parallel metaverses will spark further IP issues and debate. WIPO will act as a neutral, professional, and global forum for the discussion of emerging IP issues through these developments. And this includes our influential series of conversations on IP and frontier technology, which I extend an open invitation for you to join. So Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the rise of the metaverse is well captured by the fact that just last year, the same Neil Stephenson who invented the term founded his own metaverse-focused company, so it's becoming reality. In a world where authors are becoming innovators and innovators are building creative new worlds, IP will take on an even greater importance. At WIPO, we look forward to continuing our work together in the years ahead, and please to accept our best wishes for a successful event. 감사합니다.
네, 다렌탕 사무총장님의
Thank you very much, Director General Darren Tang. We will refrain from applauding.
오늘 이
So now we have heard from Mr. Darren Tang, and he has talked about the significance of the forum regarding the IP and metaverse. And he has also said 감사합니다 in Korean. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Young-Shik Kim. He is a member of the National Assembly, but he has sent us a video for not being here. Good morning. I am Young-Shik Kim, representing Gumi City of the Gyeongbuk Province. The development of online services has led our bodies to exist in the real world, but all of our attention and focus to face the digital world. So this has become our daily life. We are now witnessing a rapid transition to the next generation digital world, such as the Metaverse 3.0, leading to a heated competition over opportunities provided by this new continent. According to the global consultancy McKinsey, the metaverse market is expected to grow hugely to surpass $1.5 trillion or 180 billion Korean won by the year 2030. And the United States, with its many innovative tech companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Meta, is leading this market. And as you know, the US has laws and institutions that prioritize individual liberty and creative expression. But those in Korea cannot be said to have the competitiveness necessary to vitalize the new metaverse-related industries. Korea's existing laws and regulations were legislated during a time when the state was effectively controlling traditional industries and the government was driving economic growth. And so under these circumstances, it's difficult to expect a vibrant metaverse industry based on freedom and creativity. And in order to overcome this situation, Innovation, I led the proposition of a bill to promote the metaverse industry at the National Assembly, the first of such attempts in Korea. There are no borders in the metaverse world, and because the laws of a particular jurisdiction do not apply, cooperation, coordination among nations are very important, which is why I believe that today's forum is very meaningful because it provides a platform for cross-border collaboration. So I would like to thank everyone, particularly at the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the Korea Intellectual Property Office for providing us with this opportunity. And I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to wish success and happiness for all the participants here today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we have heard from Mr. Young-Shik Kim, member of the National Assembly, and he has emphasized the importance of the metaverse industry. We are now going to go on to the keynote speech. We'd like to now invite Professor Sang-Kyun Kim, a professor of the Kyung University, who's going to give us a keynote speech about economic activities and intellectual property in metaverse.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Good morning. As was introduced, my name is Sang-Kyun Kim. I'm a cognitive scientist at the Kyung University. Yes, we were asked to refrain from applauding. Anyway, I am researching metaverse, and during the tea time this morning, there were many people who asked me, what kind of metaverse are you looking into? So I am a cognitive scientist, and I look into the minds of people, and I look at how the minds of people are realized or articulated in a virtual world. So I've been participating in a variety of different projects with this in mind. So just to elaborate on what I'm doing, so there's going to be a CES exposition in Las Vegas, and a project that I participated in will be showcased. And so there's going to be a entertainment program, and there are various metaverse devices that I am participating in developing, which will also be showcased. There are also various metaverse platforms and forums that are taking place across the world. So despite participating in a variety of different projects, I am not a legal expert. So I'm not going to be talking about law in my presentation today, but mainly about the projects that I've been participating. So I'll be looking at the law from a practitioner's perspective to perhaps give some ideas about ways forward. So in the beginning of this year, I got a gift, a present from my student. This student gave me some land. So I'm not a civil servant, so I'm not supposed to be giving or receiving gifts. But the reason that it was not problematic was because it's a virtual land. Anyway, the people who actually managed the land and created the land are people in their 20s. And so a student of mine, a university student, gave me a print version of the land certificate. Probably because I'm older than them, they thought that I needed something on paper, not just virtually. So this is like a campaign, a nationwide campaign that is taking place around the country. So it's quite popular among university students. So let's look at exactly what is happening in this virtual world. So they have a land that's about half the area of the Seoul metropolitan city. So let's look at what kind of lives the students are leading in this world. So I looked what they were doing, and you can have you can go shopping. So there's like a mall where students perform a variety of different activities, economic activities. So they go shopping, and then they make this. So perhaps you are not able to see what was said in the building, but it's actually a church. And so you see these avatars in the metaverse, and they are actually participating in religious activities in a church. What I thought was really surprising was this particular area. So what do you think this is? Maybe the international participants will not be very familiar. It's actually a very Korean culture. So it's actually a mountain. So this is actually a graveyard in Korea. Graveyards in Korea are usually made on a hillside. So why do we have this kind of graveyards and these areas? So for our university students, it's not just a place for performances and shopping, but it's about everyday lives. So within this digital world, they are actually creating a variety of different institutions. But then there are also property rights violations. There can also violence inflicted on others. And so what they thought was that they would have to introduce the death penalty for any criminal activities that take place in the metaverse. And so the avatars who have participated in criminal activities will be executed and then buried in this graveyard. So it may just seem fun, but the students and the avatars are actually discussing very philosophical and religious issues, even in the metaverse. So all different religions have their own philosophy, but the afterlife always exists. And so they are discussing issues like whether the rights should be revived after a certain period after the death, considering the afterlife, issues like that. And so they also have currencies in the metaverse, and the circulation is quite particular because it's very, very transparent. Even in a communist world, this level of transparency would not be possible. But in the metaverse, the students or the avatars are circulating their currency in a very transparent way. And they're also transacting of various resources that are extracted from the ground. And so they are now trading commodities. And you also have a commodity price index being created in the metaverse. So once again, you can see that there are similarities between the real world and the virtual world. So resources like diamond and gold are traded for very high prices, whereas other resources are traded at lower prices. And then there are some people who do broadcasting. So they created a radio broadcast in the metaverse. And the interesting thing is that the platforms have become really popular among the youth. And so, you have the terrestrial real world broadcasters like NBC and KBS. So they are the actual existing terrestrial broadcasters, and they are actually contacting the students saying that let's do a collaboration. And so what happened was that you have these broadcasting experts who join hands with the students to actually broadcast radio programs in the metaverse, but also in the real world at the same time. So these kind of collaborative projects are actually taking place. So then the question came into my mind. So you would have music in the radio programs. What happens to the copyright? Who's managing the copyright or processing the copyright? I'm not quite sure, but I asked the students and the radio DJs who are involved, but they would explain that there is a certain process for processing copyright. But anyway, for now, I think that a lot of the metaverse programs will not be processing copyright properly. There are also really big projects taking place in the metaverse. So this is a map in the middle you see here. So you see the Han River, and then you have this Seoul City. Well, it looks like Seoul City, but then you have these orange and yellow lines, and so these are actually subway. So because it's very highly populated and it's a large city in the metaverse, somebody actually created a subway. So what happened was that the rights to a land will be assigned, and the rights to property will also be collected. And then the railway or the subway tracks will be built, and then people will be able to use the subway after paying. And the money that has been paid as a fare would then given back as a return on investment to the investors. So in the real world, you have these mass transit, and actually this kind of economic activity and investing in a mass transit and other infrastructure is being translated similarly into the metaverse. So these kind of economic activities are also taking place in the metaverse.
만약에
So If I gave you around 70 to 80 pyong of land to you, what would you do with that land? So I'm not trying to test your imagination, or your creativity. I'm showing you this example for these reasons. Within the metaverse, there are issues of ownership and rights of the individual. But what we are looking at now is still at this stage. The hardware that is needed, the core technology for the hardware and software that is needed for operating the metaverse, and whether the rights that were existing in the physical world, whether they can be transferred to the metaverse, the logos and the trademarks of famous companies. We're focusing on those issues, but there are many issues that might arise that currently exist within the metaverse world, because there might be a voluntary economic ecosystem that is arising within the metaverse, which will lead to more issues regarding rights and ownership. For example, if I want to build a school within the metaverse, I might use the Kyung University logo and have an MBA course using similar building designs as those of Kyung University. But of course, there would be some controversy at the real Kyung University. So what we are doing within the metaverse will lead to an equivalent amount of problems that will arise from the metaverse. So on an economic standpoint, we are moving to immersive economy. We were from the manufacturing-based industrial economy, we have moved to a service-based economy. And service-based economy was based in the physical world, but now services are being provided in the digital space, and we are moving through the experience economy to the immersive economy of digital reality. So hardware and software and the content rights that become issues within the physical world are going to become issues in the digital world as well. And in addition, the data or right-related issues might arise additionally. So one example is what is going to be discussed and what is going to be seen and which routes the users take within the metaverse. All of that information and data would be profiled and built into databases, and who will have ownership of that data. So currently, we are concerned about copying the design of a building or infringement of intellectual property of owners in the physical world. But when we move into this gigantic digital universe, there will be new creations that did not exist in the physical world. And one complicated problem is that there are a lot of digital products and virtual products that have already been created, but they are not being used yet. So currently, they might not be leading to any issues, but further down the road, there is potential for them to lead to more concerns and problems. And I saw the following circumstances. The products or buildings in the physical world, a lot of people are making representations of them in the digital world, but we see the reverse situation as well. The digital products or the buildings are being made into physical products using 3D printers. And if we look at the situation, we see that the rights of the original creator are not being protected at all. So to take a more economic standpoint, in 2007, I read the following article. So this was 15 years ago. But I thought that from an economic standpoint, this article was very much representative of the issues that we have to be concerned about. So metaverse is otherwise known as Web 3.0. So it's hard to draw this clear lines, but in Korea, we seem to use the word metaverse a lot, while in North America, they seem to use the term Web 3.0 a little more. So the scope of the definitions of those words, it's hard to distinguish that, but we might look as frames of reference at Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 and 3.0. In Web 2.0, we had the concept of unpaid labor. So I would like to take the example of the entertainment industry, which I collaborate with a lot. So Korean TV drama series and movies and music are very well received across the world. So this year, a hit drama was Extraordinary Attorney Woo Young-woo. But we found that Southeast Asian nations were watching the drama series even before the streaming had been finished in Korea. And we could see that some users would provide commentary and explanations and descriptions of Korean culture while they described the drama scenes. Of course, this is copyright infringement, but at the same time, they are working as sort of ambassadors to promote the drama overseas. So entertainment industry uses this term. Those kinds of fans are unpaid labor fandom members. So the fans are doing this voluntarily because they want to. And we didn't raise issue with their infringement of our copyright. So that was a balance that was struck. But I don't believe that this is a fair and equitable situation because they are playing the role of ambassadors for our content and culture, but they are not being compensated for that. They might, of course, they might add to the value of the original content by adding to secondary and tertiary creation, but they are not being compensated for that. So across all industries, including the entertainment industry, I believe that people are continuing to take this viewpoint. In the metaverse, in the digital world, everyone can become an owner of content. So people who are used to the Web 2.0 world have the following misunderstanding. I have been a game player for Lineage over 10 years. I have a giant castle in the Lineage world, and I spent a lot of money in the Lineage world, and all of that is my property. But at the end of the day, that is not true. The game ecosystem and the metaverse ecosystem might be technologically similar, but in terms of rights, in the game world, the users had very limited rights despite of all of the time and resources they had invested in that world. But the users are now understanding that they have been on an unlevel playing field. They are looking more about, they're interested more about right to use to right to ownership. And I believe that this is going to be a very important perception change of the public in Web 3.0 age. So I'm not quite sure what kind of tone I should take because we are in a period of mourning. I would like to share what I have been done. And I said earlier that I'm involved in broadcasting content production. To look at that in more detail, in our team, to look at the broadcasting content that we are producing, we are reviving the artists who have already passed away into digital avatars, and we are trying to prepare performances where they would collaborate with current artists that are alive. And people are asking a lot about the legal issues on who has allowed us to do that. And in terms of morals, whether this is a right decision to make. Only a few years ago, this kind of debate did not take place. But with the evolution of technology and opening up of digital worlds, we see that we have to quickly come to terms with these new emerging issues. So BC 600, around that time, Parmenides said a very famous philosophical dictum, nothing comes from nothing, and I believe my own experience says the same. So 1.5 readers have went through my book titled Metaverse. I often got the question where the source of my book, the resources, the works cited were clearly stated. And in my second book, I was much more careful about sorting the sites, citing the sources. And the new generation is more used to these changes. To look at one very popular platform, we can see that a lot of users are creating 100% identical copies and counterfeit products, and because they are not being filtered or screened out, they are being sold on that platform. And the policies and internal regulations within businesses are not yet clearly defined, and I also see that the national level regulations and government controls are still not detailed enough. Now, about the potential and the future of the metaverse is sometimes exciting and sometimes scary. I had a recent interview this year. I interviewed some business owners within the Roblox, and I would like to share one episode that I heard from them. So one person hired about 200 people on Roblox, and they were communicating on a channel called Discord. So this person's biggest success of last year was the following. Last year, we had the Netflix hit drama, Squid Game, and this person saw Squid Game and was hit with an idea that he could make this into a giant enterprise. So he went on Discord channel and suggested that they should work for 10 days to build and design Squid Game characters and content on Roblox. So games and content and characters were formed on Roblox. You can see the red clothing guards and the players in green suits, and then there would be the tug-of-war place and whatnot. And so this was a very big success. So only 20 people came together over the course of 10 days to provide this service, and 4 million people ended up playing it. So a lot of Robux were paid, of course. So this was much a profit-building enterprise. So this leader was very proud about his achievement, and he made around 200 billion won over 1 month and a half. And because the taxation status is not quite clear, he wasn't even paying tax. So his demographics, he's 13, he's Korean, he's a 6th grader. So this amazing enterprise brought together 20 people from 10 countries around the world. But there was no understanding of the concepts of copyright or right protection. I asked him whether he doesn't have any qualms towards Netflix, and he gave me a surprising answer. No, I'm not sorry at all, because I've promoted Squid Game so very much through my enterprise. And so they should be paying me, was what his idea was. So the entertainment industry earlier told me that this is unpaid labor that the fans are providing. But I tried to, of course, persuade the boy that that's not the situation. We have to look at the law. Now, I talked to the Netflix people about this. They said that we should have gone first. And I asked them, so what are you going to do about it? And they did a test run of the game, and this is what they say. So we have to do product placement advertising in there. Because when young people are building content, Netflix content, when they are replicating Netflix content within Roblox, they don't have any commercial motive, but Netflix is looking at it from a different angle. They would think of adding Nike logos, of Adidas logos on the content that is created within Roblox. So this is a space for new advertisement profits. So in the past, when we're thinking of economic agents, we usually thought about people in their mid to late 20s, using their own knowledge and experience and abiding by the existing rules. But when we look at this metaverse world, the users are very young, and they are not thinking about what is right or wrong, and they are taking a really enterprising attempts that we could have never imagined. Of course, I believe a lot of people here are interested in the legal and institutional perspective, but after interviewing this boy, I thought that, of course, legislation is going to be very important, but at the same time, we should give a lot of opportunities for the younger generation to have an understanding of what is at stake in terms of law before they make any mistakes while unintentional mistakes while they are creating this and that in this new world. So there might be changes on 4 fronts. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of more IP that is created. And at the same time, there will be a wider diversity of IP types. I am not a legal expert, but when I'm applying for patents regarding a metaverse, when I talk with patent attorneys, they give me a lot of information. And I believe that we will see a lot more diverse types of IP emerging. And tracking of breaches is going to be very complex because not all digital products are going to be based on NFT. NFT makes them trackable, but those that are not based on NFT are going to be very difficult to track, to see where breaches took place, because most of the time they are working on the idea of open source. So it's hard to find out where their technology first was initiated. So if a person has an issue, how much damage this person has made is also going to be difficult to determine. And lastly, there's the issue of jurisdiction. I believe that jurisdiction will be discussed by experts. So to look at some businesses that I am pursuing, when we work with overseas offices, sometimes there's a lot of regulations and restrictions placed on Korea if we're trying to operate on Korean soil. So that's why we host this overseas. Then the question is whether Koreans cannot join that business. No, they have. Well, they can, but they have to go through a different VPN. This is not going to be a legal problem, but anyway, they have to go through a roundabout way using VPN. So this is my definition of the metaverse. Metaverse is a world of creativity that transcends limits. Then what limits am I talking about? The biological person's limitations, they would have physical capacities and mental capacities, and this is all transcended by the possibilities of metaverse. And also the limitations of the physical world that human beings occupied are being transcended by the metaverse. So in a case that I saw in Japan last year, which is still ongoing, the Family Mart convenience store chain in Japan, because it was difficult to find people who would be willing to work in the nighttime, they would have robots to rearrange the products on the shelves and work the convenience stores at night. And about 8,000 convenience stores across Japan will have robots working at night. So if there is an error in the robot's software, then a person would go into a VR getup and then control the robots to remedy the error. So when we're thinking about the digital world, we look at not the physical world, and we seem to focus only on a world that is somewhere within the computer that is completely segregated from the physical world. However, metaverse and the digital world is going to be even closely linked and interconnected with the physical world. And the younger generation who are digital natives are going to be much more engaged with the metaverse. So we have to have close attention over the new use cases. So as I accepted to be the keynote speaker, because I'm not a legal expert, I was trying to provide a still insightful presentation. So how metaverse is going to change how people live, and in particular, I believe that the younger generation will be shaping the future of metaverse, especially those in their teens and 20s and 30s. What kind of challenges they're taking up and what kind of concerns might arise from their challenges was the focus of my presentation. The legal issues and perspectives will be discussed in detail, I believe, by the other experts that are present in the other sessions. And with that, I would like to close here my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
네, 김상균.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your very insightful presentation. He has been talking about economic activities in the metaverse and also the issues of IP that can arise. A few housekeeping announcements. If you look at the back of the hall, you will see that they are interpretation receivers that are prepared. We have Korean and also English presentations, and so please, for interpretation, get one of those interpretation receivers. So Korean is on channel number 1 and English is on channel number 2. So now we're going to go on to the sessions, and the session number 1 is about trends and IP issues in the metaverse. So from Chosun University, we have Professor Ji Young-han, who's going to talk about the Korean trends and IP issues in the metaverse. Once again, please refrain from applauding as the speakers come onto the stage. Now invite the professor onto the stage. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all. So I'm going to be talking about the trends and IP issues in the metaverse in the case of Korea. My name is Ji Young-han. I'm a professor at Chosun University. Recently, this issue of metaverse has been used quite broadly in the academia, industry, and also by the government, and it has become a really hot topic. And also in the academia, we have had a lot of symposiums, and the government also has invested a lot into coming up with different policies related to the metaverse. So as Professor Sang-Kyun Kim had said, the metaverse is giving a rise to a lot of legal issues, and a majority of them are actually related to intellectual property. And so I think in that regard, today's global forum is really meaningful because we will be dealing with particularly those issues. So this is the content of my presentation. So you all know what metaverse is about. So it brings together meta and universe. So on one hand, you have the augmented reality and AR, then you also have live logging, you also have mirror worlds and virtual worlds. So these are the 4 different types of metaverse. So I'm sure all of you know all of this. And so these are the 4 different types of the metaverse. In the case of augmented reality, it's a fantasy on top of the real world. So for example, Pokemon Go game was really popular, so that would be an example. Live logging is actually sharing the data from your everyday life through the digital space. So vlogs and social media would be examples. And then the mirror world would be exemplified by Google Map and delivery services. And the virtual world is actually a world where you can interact with other people and get involved in social activities in the virtual world. So Roblox would be a major example. And so in Korea, you see a particular trend related to metaverse. So if you look at the statistics, you can see that the metaverse market is increasing very rapidly. By 2022, the market size is expected to be $61.8 billion, but that is expected to grow to $426.9 billion by 2027. And so the growth rate is something like 47.2% per year. And so with the new technologies being developed under the pretext of the fourth industrial revolution, the metaverse market is rapidly growing according to these statistics. And if you look at Korea, well, Zepeto, developed by Naver, has become really popular. As of March of 2022, the number of subscribers, or the members, is 300 million. And in Zepeto, we had the autograph event of the girl group Blackpink in 2020, and Gucci also collaborated with Zepeto. But in the past, in Korea, there had already been some infrastructure. So, for example, in 1998, in January, that was already 20 years ago, you had the cyber singer Adam. And the album sales recorded 200,000. And then there were virtual influencers. Actually, Adam, the cyber singer, was a virtual influencer. And all Koreans know Cyworld. It was created in 2000, and you could also create avatars, and you can have your mini website, and it's sort of like a social media that you can communicate with other people. So it was a website where you can have a multi-persona. So I believe that Cyworld was actually the first of its kind. And something like Cyworld has reappeared nowadays. But anyway, going back in history, in Korea, you could already see some signs that are similar to Metaverse 10, 20 years ago. Now, going on to the government side, the government has come up with a digital strategy on Metaverse. So one strategy is to foster talent regarding Metaverse. The second is to vitalize the ecosystem or the platforms. And then thirdly, to promote more enterprises in the Metaverse. And so these are some of the components of the digital strategy on Metaverse announced by the Korean government. Now let's go on to the main topic of my presentation, which are issues on IP in the Metaverse. So there are a variety of different issues related to intellectual property, but I think there are three main areas. So the first case is when creative works are being used in the Metaverse, but it was created in the Metaverse. IP issues related to that. So the second area would be about IP issues related to creative works that are being used in the real world, but which were created in the Metaverse. And the third area would be IP issues related to creative works that are used in the Metaverse, but which were created in the real world. So these three areas were the main categories. So now let me go on to the different types of intellectual property. First is patent-related issues. And I think actually majority of the IP issues that are raised in the Metaverse are design, copyright, and trademark, and also about unfair competition. So we don't yet see a lot of patent-related issues in the Metaverse as of yet. So that's because you don't really see an avatar being able to make and complete an invention and register a patent. So for now, I think it's not going to be possible. And in a platform, a avatar will not be able to complete and then register a patent. That's because the technology behind Metaverse are not really being operated within the Metaverse, but by the real world. So it's actually run by computer programs. So you have patents registered regarding the computer programs or the VM. And so, but regarding the patents, the majority of the patents related to metaverse are owned by Microsoft, Samsung, Magic Leap, etc. So you have a lot of American companies. So in this, Samsung is a Korean company, and it is focusing a lot on metaverse and is really putting in a lot of effort into patenting some of its technology. But then you have the patented method invention, but that can be used without authorization in the metaverse. Could that be considered as a breach of Patent Act? Well, I think there is a likelihood that this kind of unauthorized use of the patented method invention could actually violate the patent right. And so, for example, in the metaverse, a virtual machine can perform certain steps just like other machines, and anyone can prove the infringement by showing that the VM performs each step in the relevant claim of the specification. And under the Korean Patent Act, the concept of practice or the enforcement of the invention is regulated, but that is in relation to only the real world and not the virtual world. And so there's the question of whether the concept of enforcement or practice could be applied also to the virtual world, or whether we would need to revise the legislation to accommodate the virtual world. Then there are many trademark issues in the metaverse. For example, you have the McDonald's and you have Nike, and these companies are actually registering their trademark in the digital world. And also other fashion brands and logos and designs are using avatar to distribute their products in the metaverse, but then there are also a lot of counterfeit goods that are being circulated in the metaverse, leading to the rise of trademark violations. So we see a lot of violation of trademark. So how do we classify the trademarks in the metaverse? So first of all, it could be an avatar who had created a trademark, and in order to register the trademark, he or she has to designate it at least in one of the categories according to the classification of the goods. But it's once again in the virtual world, it's a virtual good. So how are we going to categorize this virtual good? So there was a discussion within KIPO and also around the world. And so the discussion has concluded that the goods in the metaverse, because it's virtual, can be considered as a downloadable image file. And so KIPO actually this year came up and published the examination guideline on virtual goods. And so it became to be implemented since the 14th of July of this year. So for now, if you look at the number of applications for the virtual trade marks, it used to be 6, but that increased to 17. But as of May, it increased to more than 700. So it's compared to last year, it's a huge increase, an exponential amount of increase in the number of trademarks, the virtual trademarks. Anyway, thanks to the examination guideline of virtual goods, you can see that in Korea, a lot of virtual trademarks are being registered. And based on the examination guideline, you also have the code of similar classes to be able to categorize the different goods. So there are many issues related to trademarks. So let me just look at two main issues. One is the unauthorized use of counterfeit products. And so basically it's a dilution of the trademark. And so a trademark dilution occurs when a well-known trademark in Korea or overseas are used for unjust purposes in the metaverse. And so that would lead to a dilution of the trademark. And so if the purpose of the use of the trademark is the same in the metaverse as in the real world, then that would also constitute an indirect infringement of the trademark. And the second category of the issues relates to the use of goods or services in the metaverse. And so sometimes the real goods are combined with virtual trademark in the metaverse, or real trademarks are combined with virtual goods. And so these acts lead to an unexpected use under the current act. And then it's also sometimes the case where the digital goods are transmitted online or are provided as a streaming. And so that can also lead to a trademark violation. And there's a debate on whether it's a violation of a Trademark Act. And so then we in Korea, either we need to think about whether we need a new interpretation of the law or a new enforcement of the law. So we need a lot more judicial precedents regarding the trademark issue. And so we need to discuss the concept of the infringement of trademark rights, because we would have to see whether it can be viewed as an online transmission of a digital good or not. And so we would have to see whether the unlawful use of the trademark in the virtual world should be included in the scope of protection of trademark rights. The third set of issues related to IP is the design issues. So you would have to be able to prove the materialness in order to be able to be guaranteed as an article to be designed to be guaranteed the design right. But last year there was an amendment to the Design Protection Act to protect the design of a screen design as a part of an article. So basically, if the metaverse is created, then it can be protected. And the designs in the metaverse is not based on an article. And so that means then there is an issue of how we're going to protect this kind of design in the metaverse. So the KIPO has revised the act and so has come up with a concept of the screen design. And when we say screen, it basically means signs or expressions that are articulated through a device. So it's a screen design is used usually in the operation of a device or displayed as a result of the device performing its function. But the screen design, which is a part of an article, cannot be specified within the article, and so it's not really easy to get a design registration. And so in the metaverse going forward, if there are contents and that are transmitted and that are used that are not based on the article, then there has to be some legal provisions to be able to cover or accommodate this kind of change. So, and we could also think about deleting this kind of expression or provision in the law, or maybe come up with an alternative kind of provision or legislation to be able to cover this kind of design rights in the metaverse that are not based on an article. But another alternative could be to protect the design as a screen design. But this is also not limited to the operation of a device or displayed as a result of a device. So it could be one methodology to protect the design. The fourth IP that we need to deal with in the metaverse is the copyright issues. So a lot of the K-pop has been used without licensing in the metaverse, and also a lot of K-pop is being used without consent also in Roblox, and so there is a litigation taking place right now in Korea. And so the copyright issues in the metaverse has risen as a very important topic. But then how are we going to protect the works that are created in the metaverse? Is it copyrightable or not? So in the metaverse, you have many different avatars, and they are engaging in creative activities using the tools provided by the metaverse platform. So are they copyrightable? So a provision does not exist right now in the copyright law, but the works created in the virtual space can be considered to be computer programs or visual artworks or cinematographic works. And in the case of Zepeto, they have a policy in place, and so if the users or the avatars create a work and it's being used in the metaverse, it'll be regulated by that Zepeto policy. And so the ownership of the works created in the virtual space is attributed usually to the creator, because you have the creator principle in the copyright law. And so the person who actually created the works would be considered the creator and the copyright holder. But then you also have the metaverse platforms, and they also have a platform. They also have a policy in place that allows for the works to be used without the permission of the creator, according to the clauses of the contract between the creator and the platform operator. And so you have these contracts in place between the creators and the platform operators. And so Roblox and the Zepeto, they also have these kind of policies in place that allows for the comprehensive licenses. So creators usually register their work with the KCC. And if a third party in the metaverse uses this work or creates a derivative work in the metaverse, then the third party would be violating the reproduction rights in the copyright law. Or if he or she modifies the work, will then be violating the right to integrity or the right to create derivative works according to the copyright law. And so another big issue related to copyright in the metaverse is the avatars screening a music video or avatars doing a performance. So if that is the case, would it be considered to be webcasting or broadcasting, performance or transmission? So there is a huge debate of how we are going to view a performance by an avatar. So usually an avatar performs through a motion capture, and it can dance and it can sing. And it looks as though it's a performance by the avatar, but in fact it can violate copyright. And so artists' music and dance are protected by the copyright law in the real world. So if there is a dispute related to the violation of copyright in the metaverse, it's going to lead to quite a big debate, especially regarding the economic interests of the different stakeholders, and it can really change the paradigm. There is also the issue of unfair competition. So unfair competition is also very important because it is quite related to the issue of trademark. Last year, there was a revision to the Unfair Competition Prevention Act in Korea, and so the unauthorized use of the real-world trademarks in the metaverse would also be covered. But there are various criteria. So first of all, if there is a unauthorized use of the real world trademarks, for example, if you open a store similar to a Nike store in the metaverse and you sell virtual shoes or clothing, that would be considered as a violation of trade work. Or if you perform a performance that is quite similar to a famous singer or a famous musical on the metaverse, that could also be a violation. But then the second category of the unfair competition issue would be the dilution of well-known marks. So also according to the Unfair Competition Prevention Act, you can also say that the act of decorating and selling chicken restaurants, for example, using the Chanel mark would constitute a dilution of a trademark. Or if you, for example, use the trademark Nongshim, which is a very famous ramyeon brand, in the metaverse, or for example, if you change the logo Enjoy Coca-Cola into Enjoy Cocaine in the virtual world, that would also be considered as violation of the Unfair Competition Prevention Act. Also, the act of selling bags and shoes that imitate brands less than 3 years after their launch, or the act of crawling a competitor's information would also be a violation. Also, the act of unauthorized renting or the advertising of performance videos in metaverse, or using deep fake technology to create avatars out of idol groups could also constitute a violation of the antitrust law. There are some other examples as well. So, for example, if you reproduce a famous building within a metaverse, that could also be a violation of the Unfair Competition Prevention Act as well as the Copyright Act. So anyway, there are many, many more examples of how there are violations of the Unfair Competition Prevention Act in the metaverse. And so going forward, we need a lot of discussion on how to resolve these kind of disputes in the metaverse. Then I'd like to go on to the issue of the jurisdiction. So as you know, when it comes to the IP, there is the principle of territorialism, but the metaverse exists in a virtual space and there are no national borders. So how are you going to apply the issue of jurisdiction when there is a dispute in the metaverse? So when IP has been infringed in the metaverse platform, the problem is that this kind of infringement occurs in an online environment, and so it's global and it's very transborder. And so in which jurisdiction are we going to litigate in? Professor Kim had talked about this issue of jurisdiction, and it's going to be a big issue related to metaverse because there are various types of violations and infringement of rights in the metaverse. So are we going to use existing legal provisions, or do we need to come up with new legal provisions, or is there going to be an alternative method of resolving this territorial and jurisdiction issues? So in Korea's case, there was a revision of the Act on Private International Law. So it was not really taking metaverse into account per se, but the recent revision on the Act on Private International Law can actually include metaverse. So, for example, you have Article 2 and Article 8 regarding the international jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of agreements. But anyway, I think Professor Kyu-ho Lee is going to explain this further in his presentation later on. So this part is about the agreement. So if there's going to be an agreement, then it has not should not be a part of the inclusive jurisdiction of a foreign court. And also the Korean court should have jurisdiction over the case, and the case has to have reasonable relevance to the Court of Korea, and the exclusive jurisdiction agreement should not be unreasonable, unfair, or contrary to public order and morals. So these are some of the criteria for the validity of exclusive international jurisdiction agreement on Korean cases. So how are we going to protect IP in the metaverse, and how are we going to promote use in the metaverse? So we need a balance between the two. But then if there is unauthorized use, what law is going to apply and what jurisdiction is going to apply are some of the most disputed issues and challenges posed by intellectual property in the metaverse. Now, moving on to the conclusion. So right now in the Korean law, there is nothing about the metaverse as yet, but there are many attempts to resolve various disputes that are coming up in the metaverse related to intellectual property. So there are many attempts. And so the metaverse is like a virtual space where avatars communicate and live as Second Life. And this has come about as a result of the digital technology. And so there are many users who are creating their own avatars, but at the same time violating protected works. And there could be a lot of different issues like patent violation and trademark and copyright violations, and also antitrust law violations as well. And so it's really difficult to find the solution to these disputes in the existing legal system. And so the industry, the academia, and the government have to come together to come up with ways to solve the IP issues. So we need to discuss how we're going to revise the existing legislation, or whether we're going to come up with a brand new legislation. We also have to have a multi-stakeholder discussion about the different government policies that are needed. And so we have to think about a paradigm shift in regard to the legal system. But of course, this issue is not limited just to Korea. This is an issue on a global level, so perhaps the WIPO can take the initiative of promoting this kind of discussion, particularly because it involves cross-border disputes, and we have to think about the jurisdiction. We also have to think about global ways to resolve disputes. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
한지영 교수님의
Thank you very much, Professor Ji-Young-han. So we heard about the trends and IP issues in the metaverse in Korea. The next presentation will be given by legal counselor Thomas Dillon from WIPO. He will be speaking about overseas trends and IP issues in metaverse. Please make use of the interpretation receivers. So we will be hearing about overseas trends and IP issues in the metaverse from legal counselor Thomas Dillon from WIPO. Because he wasn't able to join us in person today, he will be meeting us online.
My name is Thomas Dillon. I'm a legal counsellor in the Building Respect for IP division of the World Intellectual Property Organization, and I've been asked to speak to you for 20 minutes on the subject trends and IP issues in the metaverse overseas. I'm going to cover three essential areas. First of all, I'm going to offer some comments on the nature of the metaverse. Secondly, I'll look at some substantive legal issues relating to trademarks and copyright. And finally, I will talk about the most important issue to which the metaverse gives rise, which is that of enforcement. Now, the metaverse is a very popular word or concept at the moment. Even the World Intellectual Property Organization has been active in the metaverse, it is said. Last year, we organized a training event that took place using the GatherTown platform, which is said to be a metaverse platform where people were able to speak to one another, extraordinarily enough. Is this the metaverse? Let's ask the metaverse's most prominent advocate, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. Mark says that the metaverse is a persistent synchronous environment where we can be together, which he thinks is probably going to resemble some kind of hybrid between the social platforms that we see today, but an environment where you're embodied in it. So the idea is that people represented by avatars are able to move and operate in a digital environment which is wholly self-contained and in which they can do all sorts of things. The metaverse, as so described, seems to be a combination of three different businesses or types of business. First of all, you have the online games business. Secondly, the virtual reality business, which is a technical contribution, of course, to permit a 3D experience. And finally, you have social media, the social element. Those three industries, if I can put it that way, overlap in the place where the metaverse is to be found. The first thing to be said about the metaverse is that it is not new. Defined in the way that we've heard, Second Life, which was launched in 2003, is a metaverse. In Second Life, people represented by avatars operate in a virtual environment. They can move around, they can buy and sell things, they can dance, they can play. It's a metaverse. Roblox, very successful metaverse, explicitly described as a metaverse, was founded in 2006, and it's the same story. People represented by avatars can act under their own volition in a virtual environment. Intellectual property is not a stranger to the metaverse. The first known trademark registration for a business existing in such an environment is the two trademarks granted by the United States Patent and Trademark Office to Alyssa LaRoche for her business, Amy Weber Studio, which was a business operating in Second Life, purely a metaverse business. And she applied for and obtained trademarks in the ordinary way for that business. The second thing to say about the metaverse is that it is not the same issue as non-fungible tokens or NFTs. There seems to be an assumption that there's a necessary connection between the metaverse and NFTs, but there is not. NFTs are, as it were, a digital receipt, which is connected with some kind of asset, which is hosted outside, usually outside the blockchain. Now, while NFTs may have some role in some metaverses and may permit the interoperability or the transportability of digital assets from one metaverse to another, they're not intrinsically connected with the concept of the metaverse. And indeed, in the online games community, the introduction of NFTs to that sort of online environment is very controversial, as these headlines indicate. You don't need an NFT to track ownership of a digital asset in a digital environment. If we look closer at the metaverse as described, it seems to me that really it's overwhelmingly a variation on the video games industry. The metaverse is essentially a looser version of a massively multiplayer online role-playing game. This is a very big industry, of course, the games industry, and it's very largely online. And in online gaming of that sort, you have people operating as avatars, moving freely in a virtual landscape and acting under their own volition to do various different things. And virtual objects are created in these environments, and they may be bought and sold. It seems pretty similar to the metaverse, except that in the online gaming environment, the objectives of the avatars are to a great extent directed by the people who've constructed the environment, whereas in the metaverse, the idea is that there's a greater degree of freedom for the avatars to do things. But fundamentally, from an IP law perspective, there doesn't seem to be a lot of difference between the online gaming environment and the metaverse environment. Virtual reality, of course, is just a technical contribution, which is required to give a 3D experience. Though whether 3D is absolutely essential to the metaverse is another matter. And then you have, of course, social media. I believe that there's a social element already in some forms of game playing, but certainly once the metaverse gets going with its backers coming from the social media world, social media, of course, will be more important. But it doesn't greatly influence the nature of the phenomenon, it seems to me. However, the picture is quite different when we think about it from an infringement perspective. And it's important to understand that the games industry is not in the same position as it was 20 years ago when it comes to piracy. Nowadays, with the important role of online environments in the gaming industry, the ability of gaming companies to control the environment is much greater than it was in the days when games were bought and sold on discs or on cartridges. So in the gaming environment, we will continue to see, I'm sure, in the metaverse environment, we can continue to see the kinds of piracy problems that you see in the games environment, but I don't see the metaverse introducing anything new. And what I think will characterize infringement on the metaverse is actually the social media. Social media is already a massive vector of copyright and trademark infringement. You have private groups sharing live video streams or recorded media. You have people selling large quantities of counterfeit goods. And those aspects of the dark side, as it were, of social media will no doubt continue in the metaverse and perhaps even be accentuated. You will also have in both environments the problem of user-generated content, which infringes third-party rights. And this is the kind of thing which you will see, I'm sure, as you do in the online gaming environment. This is an example. A couple of years ago, someone used perfectly legitimate modding tools contained in the Dreams game environment to create a character who was a copy of Mario, the well-known well-known games figure. Now, Mario as a character is owned by Nintendo, but the game Dreams was a Sony interactive product. Nintendo saw this digital construction as being an infringement of its copyright in the Mario figure, complained to PlayStation, and PlayStation simply prevented the person who created the fake Mario from continuing to use it. And that illustrates a very important aspect of these enveloping environments, which is that they are permissioned environments. They are environments in which the person who controls the environment has complete power over the avatars, indeed even the ability to extinguish an avatar. Capital punishment for infringement would be a possibility in the metaverse. But this again is nothing new. Now, turning to those liability issues that I was mentioning at the beginning, although you will gather that I think that the importance of the metaverse as such for intellectual property is rather limited, it is the case that the metaverse brings focus onto certain problems relating to registration of registered rights. So, for example, if I register a mark for handbags, does that cover the sale of virtual handbags, a digital handbag, for example, in a metaverse environment? Well, this is really a question of how you draft the rules in the first instance, and registering authorities for example, the European Union's IP Office, have already issued guidance to indicate how they will handle applications for registration or the classification of marks in future. The EU IPO, for example, says very sensibly that while you can apply for a mark in class 9 for virtual goods, you must specify what sort of goods they are. And so far as the niche classification is concerned, which is one of WIPO's responsibilities, the niche classification already had ample provision for descriptions relating to downloadable media, but from the 1st of January of next year, there will be an additional category for downloadable digital files authenticated by non-fungible tokens, for what that's worth. And of course, in Korea, you have also issued guidelines on the same subject, which you know more about than I do. Now, leaving aside registration as such, both in relation to opposition to registration and infringement, the question of likelihood of confusion arises. Would consumers probably confuse the source of a product or service as a result of the use of a particular mark, as against the products or services of a registered mark, a prior registered mark? In fact, this is not a problem. It's a seeming problem, but it really isn't one, because the issue, the function of the trademark is to indicate the trade source of a product or a service. And the trade source is always a business, whether it's a service providing business or business that provides goods. So, for example, in the case of Hermes against Rothschild, which is currently proceeding in the Southern District of New York, it was a case where someone was selling digital images of handbags which looked like the handbags sold by Hermes under the mark Birkin. And Hermes sued the defendant for trademark infringement and other similar causes of action. And the judge, on a preliminary motion at least, had no difficulty in saying that the sale of digital handbags, as it were, in picture form, was within the protection, as it were, of a mark for handbags. And this is the mark, in fact, in the United States, which Hermes was relying on, the Birkin mark, a mark for leather goods, including bags. It is interesting to note, although they haven't had any trouble as a result of not having a mark for digital goods, that in August, at the end of August of this year, they applied for another mark with the same word, Birkin, for downloadable objects. So perhaps that's an attempt to cover themselves in case it turns out there is a problem. But so far as one can see, there is no problem. Now, online service providers benefit in most countries from protections, which are referred to as safe harbors. In the European Union, it's the Electronic Commerce Directive, which is soon to be replaced by the Digital Services Act. In the United States, it's Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. And the question will be, to what extent the operator of a metaverse is entitled to rely on those protections. Typically, the protection is conditioned on notice, so that if you become aware that you are hosting an infringing item, then you must act expeditiously to remove it. But unless you're given notice, you don't have any liability. In relation to Section 230 in America, the question more precisely is whether the defendant is acting as a publisher, because essentially its main purpose is to protect speech. And this is being thrashed out in the American courts at the moment. There's a case against Roblox relating to the cancellation of digital goods. Roblox, in its terms and conditions, allowed people to create and sell digital goods, but then they reserved the right to cancel or delete those goods if they wish to. And they have been sued by someone who complains that this is an unfair commercial practice. It's not an intellectual property case. And in that case, the court said that such activity was simply outside the protection of Section 230 because there was no question of Roblox acting as a publisher. On the other hand, there is another case, Coffee and Google, which is a case about the alleged liability of Google for making available games in its App Store, which included loot boxes. Loot boxes are kind of a digital purchase that you buy in a games environment that contains unspecified benefits, such as a skin for a weapon or something like that. Now, the argument was that these were illegal under Californian gambling law. Again, not an IP case. In that case, though, the court said, well, Google is making these games available. It's obviously not responsible for the content of the games, and so it is acting as a publisher. And so in that case, Section 230 does protect it. And it seems to me that that's probably going to be the way in which the courts deal with the responsibility of metaverse providers for the activities of people on the metaverse. Now, in relation to copyright, there doesn't seem to me any problem about according copyright protection to creative works which are created in the metaverse. If you create a digital object that's of, for example, of any kind of artistic character, then it would seem to be an artistic work. It might also be protected as software. But there is an interesting question, perhaps not of very great practical importance, as to the location of publication of that work. You'll recall that under the Berne Convention, a foreign author is entitled to protection if a work was made by a national, or if he is a national of a member of the Berne Convention, or his work was first published in a country which is a member of the Berne Convention. Now, normally, the question of the place of publication won't be reached because the author will almost inevitably be a national of a Berne Convention country. But it's just possible that someone from a non-Berne country would publish a work in a metaverse, and the question would then be, was it being published in a Berne Convention country? Since that is only of practical importance as to the term of the copyright, whether it's long or very long, probably will never be decided. But that's an interesting academic question that arises. So far as infringement is concerned, it's my contention that there is nothing in the metaverse which is not already an infringement issue in the online gaming environment. And in that connection, I would recommend to you a new report that has been made available by WIPO this year on copyright infringement in the video games industry. I believe that if you, that really tells you all you need to know about copyright infringement in the metaverse. There are clearly issues about what is or is not infringement, how things are protected, but they are the same issues in the video games industry, and that's something people have been thinking about for quite a long time. You also have the question of the safe harbors. In this case, again, it's the European Union's 2000 directive, Section 512 of the Copyright Act in the United States, Article 102 of the Korean Copyright Act. And again, the same principles apply. On the whole, if you don't know about the infringement and you're not responsible for the infringement, you only become liable as a metaverse provider if you have notice and fail to act to stop the infringement. One thing that's optimistic about the metaverse is that right holders increasingly are demanding that online service providers know their digital customers. This is a concept which comes from the anti-money laundering world. They say you should know whom you're dealing with so that if there's a complaint, it's possible to locate and identify a defendant. Now, in the metaverse, as a completely permissioned environment, this is surely much easier than it would be in the real world. And finally, I would point out that anyone who thinks that national courts will lose their power over the activities of people in the metaverse, or indeed the activities of metaverse providers, is wrong, because courts will continue to exercise jurisdiction to protect their consumers in accordance with their general law. Finally, let me turn to the question of jurisdiction. And this, although again, there's nothing new in this, this is something which will be given greater emphasis by the metaverse. And it's about the localization of the infringement. Now, if you wish to bring proceedings against the defendant for IP infringement, you can sue him where he resides, but that may not be convenient or possible. So you may wish to sue him where the infringement took place. And in most countries, as I understand it, if the harmful event took place in your jurisdiction, then you can bring proceedings in that jurisdiction. That's the rule in the European Union. In the United States, it's very similar. So the question then is, where does an infringement take place when it takes place in the metaverse? Now, this issue again has been debated for years in relation to the internet, more generally. In the European Union, the current solution is to ask whether the infringement targets a particular jurisdiction. For example, suppose that it's a stream of a live sports event. Is the sports event of interest to that particular market? Is it the national team playing, for example? Is the language of the market being used? Is payment required? And if so, is the currency of that market accepted, and so forth? So if those tests indicate that there's a sense in which the infringement is targeted towards the country in question, then proceedings can be brought in that country because the infringement is taking place at least there, if nowhere else. In the United States, a somewhat simpler test seems to apply, at least when the performance right is being relied upon. The mere appearance of an infringing image on a screen within the United States gives rise to an infringement in the United States. So there's a tortious act at home, as it were. Now, the problem with the metaverse is that it will become increasingly difficult to determine whether there has been any targeting of an infringement. And it seems to me that the European test will come under increasing pressure because it will simply not provide a remedy in blatant cases of infringement. But that remains to be seen. Perhaps the European legislator will have to step in eventually. So those were my brief views. I should say that these are my views. They are not the views of the World Intellectual Property Organization or its member states, but I'll be very happy to participate in the panel shortly. Thank you very much.
네, 토마스
Thank you very much, Mr. Dillon, for your presentation. Mr. Thomas Dillon is a legal counsel at the WIPO. That brings us to the end of the session number 1. We're going to now have lunchtime and then move on to session number 2. So please stay where you are, and the lunch boxes will be delivered to your seat. Please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1:30 for session number 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone.
네, 이제 본격적인
We'd like to begin session 2, and before that, I repeat the announcement. If you have any questions while listening to the forum, please make notes of them and submit them at the registration desk at the back of the room. Our staff will collect those questions and provide them to the moderator for the panel discussion at the end of the day. And for the online participants, if you have any questions, after searching the title of the event on YouTube and finding the stream, please upload any questions on the chat feature, and we will have them entertained in the final panel discussion. We'd like to begin the second session. This is the second session of Global Forum on IP and Metaverse. Session 2 is on direction of response to intellectual property issues in Metaverse.
총괄이신 쉐인
First of all, we will have Mr. Shane O'Reilly, Director and Associate General Counsel at Meta, be speaking about IP issues in the Metaverse of the United States. We will refrain from applauding when I give you the presenters. Now, Mr. Shane O'Reilly, on stage, please.
right. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here and be able to spend some time with you today. Do want to congratulate the organizers of this conference, because I can say this is one of the best conferences I've attended on IP issues in the metaverse. As the announcer mentioned, my name is Shane O'Reilly. I'm Director and Associate General Counsel at Meta, where I lead a team that is focused on technology transactions, all IP issues related to licensing, open source, academic collaboration, sponsored research, and then mergers and acquisitions, and also involvement in standards organizations. I mention that and provide that background because it's going to provide context for this presentation, and I'll be able to talk about some of the experiences that I'm having. Metaverse. I know we spent quite a bit of time talking about the metaverse, talking about what it is. From Meta's perspective, it is the successor to the mobile internet. It is an environment that is much more immersive, that allows you to move through digital spaces, and it's an environment that is much more social. It allows you to have more immersive and social connections with people that you want to spend time with. From my perspective, I think ultimately connects you closer to extended reality. It makes it a more common form and portion to our day-to-day. Extended reality, I think as many of us know, augmented reality, virtual reality, and then mixed reality. I'll briefly talk about augmented reality, virtual reality, just so we make sure we have a common knowledge. And then I'll spend some time talking about mixed reality, because mixed reality is frankly where we've invested as a company pretty heavily. Augmented reality, this is just kind of a straight Instagram filter. Augmented reality, you're augmenting or manipulating reality in some way, shape, or form. That's an image that lays on there. Everything else in the background appears the same, except you have this digital lay that's placed there. Same thing, Google Map, hold up your phone, you've got this digital arrow that's showing you the direction you need to go into. Virtual reality is completely virtual, and we've talked about some of this earlier today. Roblox, Minecraft, when you think about the metaverse, all of that falls within this particular that particular context. From a US perspective, what you end up hearing about probably the most is going to be Horizon Worlds, which is Meta's product, Decentraland, and then also Sandbox. Those are going to be kind of some of the main virtual worlds you'll hear from a US perspective. Mixed reality, I talk about it as being the key to the metaverse. I think both virtual reality and augmented reality are vastly important to the metaverse. But mixed reality has been an area that we've invested in really heavily as a company. The way I define mixed reality, this is not a meta definition, this is mine. Fully immersive environment that ultimately connects the digital to the physical. It allows you to walk around, exist, and kind of live within the physical world that we do, but have much more digital aspects brought in. Probably the best example is the movie Ready Player One that some of you may have seen. Main character Wade Walker has this haptic bodysuit on. Somebody physically touches Wade's avatar within the virtual world. He feels it in the real world. Some of you may have also seen we have some interesting videos online that Meta's put up where we have a researcher that has a haptic glove on and her virtual avatar touches a ball within virtual reality, and she feels it on her hand in the physical world because of sensors on that device. So mixed reality. This is actually an image of our Horizon Worlds product and a meeting within VR within Microsoft Teams. So this is actually kind of shot from our MetaQuest Pro product device that recently came out. So this just shows a virtual meeting. It allows people to appear within that meeting, within their avatars. You could ultimately also see that connection to the physical world where you have those Microsoft Teams screens that show up that are people that are dialing in virtually. Something else I'll also flag is that you have this new employee orientation or this screen that's being broadcast, which could be something that's being broadcast from somebody's computer screen or device. Next thing, this is actually an image of our MetaQuest Pro device. The goal of the device is ultimately to replace, potentially even replace a computer. With that device, you could see that this woman here has a keyboard. That device is paired with that keyboard via Bluetooth, and she's got three distinct screens that are up here that are being shown that she's allowed to interact with. So that's kind of present day mixed reality. I'll just kind of show you a quick 1-minute video that shows you where we're going as a company, where we're going as a company long term over the next couple years.
Be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the commute. You would still have that sense of presence, shared physical space, those chance interactions that make your day, all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup and you can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Looking good. Let's get together real quick for a debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in. Hi.
Hey.
So what do we think?
I think it's ready.
Great.
I'll prep it for the presentation.
All right. Good luck.
Imagine a space where you can tune out distractions and focus on the task at hand. And when you're ready to share what you've been working on, you can present it as if you're right there with the team.
Wait, where's Mark?
I think he's in the middle of something.
Perfect. So that's where we're going as a company long term. Small form-fitting glasses that you're able to wear. Interaction with holograms. As you saw, the colleague wore a hologram and they were able to interact and work together. Also ways to interact within kind of virtual environments as well, where you have virtual environments that are also connected to our physical environments. I just kind of provide that background because it provides some additional background and context for what I'll talk about from an IP perspective and some of the things that I'm seeing. One of the keys to building the metaverse is interoperability. And recently there's been a metaverse standards forum that's been formed, which is founded by 37 companies that are connected to ultimately ensure that interoperability happens, that you're able to basically take your avatar, your digital representation of yourself within one world, and be able to use that avatar within multiple worlds. As part of these standard forms and these agreements, there's going to be contribution agreements, and there's going to be IP and patent provisions associated with these forms. And in some of these situations, if you have certain patents or assets that you want to exclude from the other players or other members of these forms getting a license to, you need to specifically identify that you're willing to kind of exclude those, that you want to exclude these IP assets from that particular working group or from the other companies that you're partnering with and working with as part of this form to create those technical standards. So I highlight too, just the XR Association and Metaverse Standards Forum Association. There's going to be many more. Me and my team, we've been working on quite a few contribution agreements and dealing with some IP and patent issues associated with that in the background. One thing I do want to highlight is that one of the keys to building the metaverse as well is having a fully functioning economy. And I know one of the speakers described the goods and consumables across the metaverse. So ideally, if I have a avatar and I'm using that avatar within our Horizon Worlds product and I've got some value associated with that avatar, that value might be an NFT, it might be some type of cryptocurrency. I want to ultimately be in a position where I could take that avatar and use it maybe on a platform that Google builds or that Amazon builds. And there are ultimately underlying agreements that are going to be formed and created through those companies to ensure that any underlying data or IP associated with that avatar are able to move through those virtual environments. Hardware, and this is just key, I talked about it before, hardware is kind of the key to the metaverse. Ultimately, if we are not able to create devices that are small, form-fitting, comfortable for people to wear or that they want to wear, it's going to be hard to gain that widespread adoption that we would want. Apple and Google are rumored to have devices. I think within this environment, competition is something that is probably healthy and actually helpful to gain that type of widespread adoption. Transitioning kind of right to that first bullet point, with hardware, you're going to see an increase in the amount of patent litigation that happens. For purposes of the US, it means that you end up dealing with a lot more litigation in front of the International Trade Court, in which the primary remedy in front of that International Trade Court is going to be an injunction, right? So as a company that has traditionally been within the social media space to a company that's now focused on the metaverse and much more hardware focused, we've kind of shifted from being in a position where we spent more time in district court to where we might potentially end up spending more time within the ITC. Foreign litigation. You know, again, with hardware, you end up seeing more cases and locations in which, in jurisdiction in which your remedy is likely an injunction. So they expect that there's going to be more litigation in both the UK and in Germany. Patent filing increases. We personally invested in filing more utility patents associated to the metaverse, but something I also raise is whether it makes sense to strategically file more design patents associated with the metaverse as well. Ultimately, you know, and I have a slide later in here, ultimately the goal is to get down to glasses that are kind of smaller and more form-fitting. And at a certain point, some of the devices tend to kind of look like one another. So does it make sense to have that additional layer of protection that's, you know, associated with design patents and not just utility patents? Partnerships, agreements, standard setting organizations. I touched on that before and how that falls within the context of interoperability. One agreement I do want to highlight is something that we've done is we partner with certain educational institutions that have created meta universities. They've created virtual universities within the metaverse, within our Horizon Worlds product. And with those universities, we obviously want to make sure that we are respecting their intellectual property rights. So there are agreements that we are forming with those universities to protect and cover their intellectual property while they are basically building a replica of the university within Horizon Worlds, and we're actually teaching their students within those digital environments. Intellectual property and data rights. This is actually one of my kind of favorite areas, and I think that's because you have the interesting issues around avatars and likeness, and what actually is your likeness within the metaverse. You know, if I ultimately, you know, want to make my avatar look like somebody else, let's say maybe Michael Jordan, I want my avatar to look like Michael Jordan and not look like me. What protections do I have around that as a user or consumer of the metaverse, and what protections does Michael Jordan actually have in his own image and likeness? And, you know, I would say I think it's probably more of a platform-specific issue, because ultimately you have to rely on those platforms to enforce any intellectual property issues when they're giving notice of them. You know, I could speak for us as being a social media company that has kind of a large platform already within Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, we had a kind of robust notice and takedown system set up for when any intellectual property issues were flagged for us. So now we're basically taking a similar notice and takedown system set up for our kind of family of apps for Instagram and Facebook, and we're taking that system and kind of creating that to function somewhat similar within our Horizon Worlds environment. But the reality is you still have to provide notification. You still have to do the research and the digging. But also, I think one of the other indications, one of the other interesting things that was mentioned earlier, I believe, by Professor Kim when he was talking about the Squid Games example, the 13-year-old Netflix finding out about that, is as an entity and a corporation, whether you actually want to enforce those violations that you might necessarily see, especially if it's maybe increasing the brand, or letting folks know about your product, and you don't have the time or the effort, or you didn't even think about kind of creating that game or maybe that virtual world within that environment. So next slide. Significant rise in trademark applications. I think, there's a kind of U.S., at least every week within the U.S., there's some publication that says, oh, X company ended up filing for a trademark within the metaverse. And as was touched on in an earlier presentation within the U.S., it's still just kind of classifying. When you ultimately file and submit your trademark application, it's classifying that you want a trademark within certain areas. So for example, class 9 is virtual goods. Class 35 is also a form of virtual goods as well. And then 41, that kind of breaks down more specifically the types of goods there are. But we've seen it increase in filings related to the metaverse. Brand protection and enforcement, and I touched on this some a second ago. But again, if you want to protect your brand, strategically trying to find ways and partner with those entities and platforms as well to protect your brand within their virtual worlds and their virtual environments. I think, frankly, one of the difficulties is that I could go within Horizon Worlds today and go and create my own virtual world, and I could go and use, let's say, Nike's brand within that virtual world. So it's being strategic and ensuring that you have the lines of communication open and that you're creating those strategic partnerships so that you could possibly do something like use AI tools to identify violations and partner in that. And that's something that we're doing. But it's also helpful when you have that partnership and you have that strategic plan together around how to actually police your brand within these virtual environments. I just highlight within the US, there's this Nike StockX case. NFTs, and I would agree with the speaker earlier, NFTs are separate from the metaverse. However, NFTs are also and can be considered a form of value within the metaverse as well. Within my workroom, within my work area, within Horizon Worlds, I have an NFT that is up, that is my digital artwork within that workroom. And within that workroom, that's where I conduct all of my, a lot of meetings with my team, all my meetings with my manager. So I'd still say, while NFTs are separate, they could still be included in portions of the discussion. But in this Nike StockX case, if you ended up buying a pair of Nikes on StockX, which is basically a reseller of Nikes, they would give you this NFT, which is a replica of a Nike. And StockX did not have permission from Nike before selling these NFTs. So that case is ongoing. I think will be a really interesting one, and it's pending in the Southern District of New York. So I will look forward to tracking that one and seeing how it goes. So potential issues in the metaverse, and I just kind of throw this up here just kind of as a quick highlight. I think for many folks, patent trade secret nerds and design patent nerds like myself, might remember the big Apple versus Samsung litigation that happened. And as you know, that was kind of long, protracted litigation. Something I am, interested in and really curious about in the future is what do things look like when you have multiple companies that are working on hardware and working on devices that ultimately have a similar and kind of strong goal, and that is to get glasses that basically look like these pair of Ray-Bans that are down there at the bottom. So from a particular patent perspective and trade secret perspective, really interested to see what this landscape is ultimately going to look like, maybe 5 to 10 years from now. So this is just kind of the last slide. Just wanted to highlight the amount of research and development that we spend to focus on creating hardware and devices that are focused on AR, VR, mixed reality, and frankly combine all of those as well. So these are just kind of a sample, only a small sample of the devices and investment that we've made as a company. Two other things I just want to highlight, and this is just because me and my team, we handle our mergers and acquisitions function as well. I think the interesting thing from an M&A perspective, especially that's connected to IP, is that a lot of the strategic transactions that we've made as of recently have been focused on display and optic companies that have pretty robust patent portfolios in patents. But at the same time, they actually bring the technology and the talent that's going to allow us to create the small kind of form-fitting glasses that we want. The second area of acquisitions, where we focused on quite a bit more recently, is gaming companies. Companies that will ultimately build content, a lot of it actually being focused on the VR function, but VR content that consumers want to use, that will really attract people to the device and want them to spend more time on it. One additional thing to mention that I didn't flag earlier is, again, I lead our IP licensing function, so patent threats. I've seen a pretty significant increase in the number of threats, and it's more from a licensing perspective. It hasn't got to the point where they've asked for a request or a lawsuit, but an increase in the number of patent licensing threats that we've received that have been focused on metaverse-related technology. And that's, when I say metaverse, it's, interestingly enough, it's some patents that were kind of written, many, many years ago where somebody thought of creating a user interface for a virtual world, and it was that broad, right? And they had a few images and didn't have kind of much information beyond that. But now we're actually seeing that those patents that in the past, kind of, pre-focused on metaverse, people may have been more difficult to enforce. We're now actually seeing a lot more of those patents show up, in those threats starting to increase within that area. So I think that is my presentation for today. Thank you again for your time.
네, 발표
Thank you very much, Mr. Shane O'Reilly, for that insightful presentation. Next, we will be hearing about trademarks and designs in the metaverse, legal aspects and practices in Europe, from the Minister Counselor Jörg Webender-Dorfer from the delegation of the EU to the Republic of Korea.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure and honor to be here. I would thank you and would thank the Presidential Council on IP, particularly Director General Jong-Won Lee, the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism, and the Korean IP Office for the invitation. And my presentation will be a bit limited, particularly compared to the presentation we had this morning by Professor Ji-Young Han, which was excellent and very complete and covered all different rights related to the IP area. And not only this, but also the area of unfair competition and litigation issues. I have to say that I'm a bit jealous that you are able to talk about all these things. Why is that? Because, and I want to start with this because I think not all of you are well informed or so deeply informed about the EU IP situation. In the EU, we have some community rights, which means these are rights which are valid throughout the European Union. This is the case as regards trademarks and designs, and this is dealt with by the EU IPO, the IP Office of the European Union. Then we have other community rights, for example, plant variety rights, which are dealt with by another agency, or we have geographical indications, which are dealt with by the European Commission. So what is about patents and copyrights? As regards patents, we have an international organization, the European Patent Office, but this office is so far administering only national patents which have a common procedure to come into existence, but afterwards they are mere national rights. There will be in future also unitary patents, which are also community rights with a scope all over the European Union. And so this is separate. So far we have neither unitary rights for patents, nor we have here Office of the European Union, but international office on its own rights. As regards copyrights, we have only national rights. This means we have tried to harmonize from the EU side via several directives the national laws, but there are no copyrights throughout the EU. This is still mere territorial principle. So what I talk today about is about the practice of the EU IPO. That's the IP Office of the European Union dealing with European trademarks and European designs. You have to see as well that these community rights are in parallel to the national rights. There's still national trademarks and national designs in each of the member states. As to know. So with all these limitations and complications within the EU, the last we needed was the metaverse. And we are here really behind, maybe certainly behind the developments here in Korea. And my congratulations to the authorities here that they have already some guidelines in place in this regard. So the EU IPO is dealing as regards questions on the metaverse, as regards trademarks and registered and unregistered designs. There are many open questions so far, not many answers, and we wait for case law as regards trademarks particular, and as regards revision of the design regulation. Why do I differentiate here? Because as regards trademarks, there was just a review of the regulation some years ago, so the next review will take more time. Whereas there is a pending review of the design regulations, and it is hoped that this area will be dealt with by this review. So as regards trademarks, there will be, of course, developments, but this will be rather in the hands of the jurisdiction. So I had just before in the brief discussion over lunch, of course, there will be legal development. The question will be, is this done by the jurisdiction or by the legislation? So who comes first, or maybe the legislative or the executive power doesn't like really the jurisdiction, it will change the law afterwards. But there will be movement, and this is certain. As regards trademarks, I singled out 4 problems. The first is the classification of goods and services. So if you apply for a trademark registration, you have to classify your goods and services, and there are absolute grounds for refusal. It means by the office it will be checked whether the trademark fulfills, meets all the conditions, particularly if it's distinctive and non-descriptive. And there are relative grounds of refusal, meaning there might be a prior right, particularly a trademark, which is in conflict with the application, and there is a question of trademark use. I come to the first issue, to the classification, and there are two issues basically. First, which classes are relevant, and secondly, how you have to describe the goods and services covered by the trademark. Typically, the class involved are classes 9 for goods, but also 35 and 41. At least it's the case at EU IPO. 35 is rather for promotional and marketing purposes, service in this regard, and 41 for entertainment services. Normally, descriptions are very broad and encompass many, many different virtual goods. What is the practice of the EU IPO in this regard? It doesn't accept virtual goods as such, meaning applicants have always to add some further specifications, for example, virtual goods, namely digital art. They are classified then in class 9, and I have here some examples which are acceptable as indicated by the EU IPO. For example, for class 9, downloadable virtual goods, namely computer programs featuring footwear and clothing for use online and in online virtual worlds. This also goods. And for services, class 35, providing an online virtual environment for trading virtual art tokens. Or for class 41, for entertainment services, namely providing virtual environment in which users can interact for recreational, leisure and entertainment purposes. So, as I said, merely for virtual goods, it's not possible to register according to EU IPO practice. Coming to absolute grounds for refusal, so this is the question, particular whether or not trademark application is distinctive and non-descriptive. And the question is, what criteria are decisive here? In general, it will be the consumer perspective. You know, the consumer should see the representation as an indication of a commercial origin. That's very important. Of course, it will be the case that this signs will always reflect, or indications will always reflect the real world in a manner in which they are marketed. And this is just the essence of many representations in the metaverse. And the key question will be basically, will the consumer see this representation really as an indication of a commercial origin or not? And in this regard, it is clear that a mere banal representation of a real-world good and services as such does not suffice. It's not sufficient. And if we see an example in this regard, we have here an application for a backpack with a class for class 9 for downloadable virtual goods, namely computer programs featuring bags for use online and in online virtual worlds. So this is an application for bags, class 9, and the question is, okay, this is for the virtual world. Is here the consumer perspective the same or not the same? Should I have here different criteria to evaluate how the consumer will perceive this trademark? But in this case, it's rather clear, so it would be a rejection of the trademark application, because it's just a banal representation of a bag. There's nothing special on it. There's no indication of commercial origin from the perception of an average consumer. I come to relative grounds of refusal. As mentioned, relative grounds of refusal, these are the cases where at a later stage trademark application is opposed or later on attacked by a cancellation action by holders of an earlier right, particularly earlier trademark. And then we have the question, what happens in conflict situations between virtual goods and real goods? Yeah? Is there a similarity? Is there a conflict? Normally you have a likelihood of confusion, which is the main key question. If the goods are identical and or similar, and the signs are identical and or similar. So, and this leads to confusion in the public as regards the commercial origin of this good. So is this the case between goods from the virtual and the real world? And the question is for us in the EU IPO whether we can adjust nonchalant, apply the same criteria we always apply, because we have quite strict criteria defined by our Supreme Court in the canon judgment. In this criteria are whether they have the same origin or similar origin, purpose, nature, complementarity, competition, method of use, distribution channels, and the relevant public. If there are a lot of overlaps for this criteria, then it tends to come to the conclusion there is similarity. But is this a case between the real and the physical world? And, or can we apply this criteria by analogy, or are there different criteria to be applied? Or should be there only a protection in case of reputation, but not in case of likelihood of confusion? I understand that in Korea, according to the guidelines, there is now not automatic similarity between virtual goods, but with the last guidelines, you have defined subclasses and you have to define similarity between them, but between virtual and real goods in general, you would say, according to these guidelines, as I understand it, dissimilarity, unless the earlier right has a reputation and some confusion can be established. So this would be rather going to the last point, that you give only protection in case of reputation, but not for usual likelihood of confusion. So this is not decided so far at the EU IPO. So we await there probably someday some case law, but these are all open questions and certainly very valid, all of them. Personally, for me, the most interesting area, having dealt with this since not so many weeks now, but dealing with this area and having worked a lot in the area beforehand, the question of use is very interesting. And I would say thank you to Professor Han that you mentioned it also this morning. Very valid point, because the question of use for trademarks is relevant in 5 different areas. First, if you have absolute grounds for refusal, let's say the mark is not distinctive, you can overcome this, or is descriptive, by enhanced distinctiveness via use. If you use it so much that everybody recognizes the trademark as a commercial, as an indication of commercial origin, you can nevertheless register it. For example, in Europe we accepted several plain colors, such out of pink colors for telecommunication services, because it's so known in Germany. Or the color for the chocolate Milka is also protectable in Europe due to its acquired distinctiveness. So in this regard, use is important. Then you can have a protection for trademarks even without registration, according to Article 6 bis of the Paris Convention, even though the mark is not registered. So by mere use, if the mark has become well known in the public, you have all the protection, even though you haven't registered it anywhere. Then you get in the comparison between an early right and the application as regards the question of likelihood of confusion. According to European law, an enhanced protection, so the likelihood of confusion is enhanced to for signs or goods which are further away in case that you have established reputation basically via use. So as regards to your protection, you have another advantage here. Then you get also, according to Article 16 3 trips, you get protection for reputed marks also against dissimilar goods and services. So if you have an identical or similar sign and somebody else uses it for dissimilar goods and services, nevertheless you get protection if you can establish that your trademark has a reputation. So for this, use is also relevant. And finally, fifthly, and most importantly, you have to use your mark, or you don't have to, but if you don't use it, you can later not base it on any infringement action, because somebody will request that you prove your mark and you will not be successful, or somebody can always challenge your trademark registration after a lapse of time. In Europe, it's 5 years. You have a grace period of 5 years where you can use the mark, but you have to use the mark unless you are under danger to be attacked, or you cannot use your mark as a weapon against new applicants. So what is genuine use? So this, I just list this for what use is relevant in trademarks, and this is a lot. And then the question is, what does it mean in the metaverse? What constitutes relevant use? Is it then only use in the virtual world, or you have to use it in the real world, or you have to use the combined way? I mean, Professor Han mentioned it this morning. And what's about the territoriality? And the whole IP system is based on the territoriality principle, where you have to use your trademark, and how you can prove this, what you have as sources to prove this. These are very, very important questions, and additionally, as regards use, you have the requirement that you have to use it in the course of trade. So if you use it just in a sort of social media platform, I'm not specialist on this, but I can imagine sometimes it has no real commercial use. It's just for entertainment and maybe even created by somebody without commercial purposes behind. I think this will be an area which is certainly to be discussed in a lot of detail, and I haven't seen so far much on this, I have to say, in my brief research, but I think it's really worth it to have a focus on it and invite all the professors who are here and deal with this to have a look at it. I think it's a very interesting topic to have a debate what has to be done there, because these questions will come up quite rapidly, I think. So with this, I end my trademarks part and I come to designs. Again, from the EU IPO perspective, so from the EU perspective for the community designs, not from the perspective for member states for their national designs. There are questions as regards the definition of designs. If the definitions of designs are met, then there are questions as regards the necessary representation requirements, and then as regards the product indications, and then as regards the protection granted for designs. First, just I want to bring also some virtual elements. What are digital designs? Can be icons, animated characters, holograms, or displays, projections, video games, virtual interfaces, voice use interfaces, virtual spaces. So there are no limits what can be a design. But the question is, do they meet the defined definitions defined in our Article 3 of the Community Designs Regulation? Just to mention, it's also a bit confusing in the European Union that we have a European Union trademark, but the community design. This also is linked to the review of the regulation as regards trademarks, but is still pending revision of the regulation on designs. So we will in the future also have a European Union design, not a community design. So the definition says design means the appearance of the whole or part of a product resulting from the feature of, in particular, the lines, contours, colors, etc. And in B, it says a product means any industrial or handcraft item, including inter alia parts intended to be assembled into a complex product, packaging, getup, graphic symbols and typographic typefaces, but excluding computer programs. So is this enough to see virtual items covered, or is there some revision of the law necessary by the pending designs regulation review, and some possible amendments might be that we add in the text any physical or virtual industrial or handicraft item, or say later in the example part that we add here graphic works or graphical user interfaces. So this has to be seen whether or not the legislator in Brussels, basically by the European Commission, will add this to the text. This might even not be necessary because there is in the EU IPO guidelines, it is said that designs of screenplays and icons, graphic user interface and other kinds of visible elements of a computer program are eligible for registration. So it might seem, in this slide, it might not be necessary to amend the text, but this is, as I said, to be decided by the people who review the regulation, the design regulation of the European Union at the moment. We come to unregistered design definitions. You have to see that in the European Union, we have some specific protection for unregistered designs. This is quite unusual. You get this protection, however, only against the copying of such designs, unregistered designs. And here, the definition says they must be made available in the public, published, exhibit, used in trade or otherwise disclosed in such a way that in the normal course of business, these events could reasonably have become known to the circles specialized in the sector concerned. So the question for me is there rather the second part, that they have become known or should have become known by the cycles specialized in the sector concerned, the normal course of business. Also in this regard, I have to say, if this is just, let's say, a social platform where some youngsters interchange some chit-chat, I don't know whether this would be then enough that the specialized circles would get knowledge of this. But this is quite a European problem because we have this unregistered design protected in Europe. Then we have the questions about the design representation. The question is here whether our regulation is outdated as regards requirements we set for depicting the design, and we have in our regulation stipulated the means of representation we can use, and we say can also 3D computer designs can help as additional technical means. Up to 7 views of the designs can be presented, and then there are some disclaimed features like broken lines, boundaries, color shading and blurring, separations. But the question is, does all this suffice to really show sufficiently design protection for moving designs, for animated designs? So this is also discussed and not clear whether we need an amendment as regards the possible design representation means. Finally, I come to product indications, and there are some EU IPO recommendations for product indications. And you see the lower two are maybe quite clearer, because if you want to have if a design is only incorporated in a physical product, you have to indicate only the physical product. If you have if you want to have the design protected for both real and virtual environment, you should indicate the physical and virtual product. But the EU IPO recommends as well, if you want to use it only in the virtual environment, nevertheless, you should indicate nevertheless the physical and virtual product in the specifications. Then finally, the question about the protection of design. So should there be a protection of real design against the use of design in the virtual world? And we have here a specific article on the scope of protection, Article 19 of our Community Designs Regulation, which says a registered community design shall confer on its holder the exclusive right to use it and to prevent any third party not having his consent from using it. The aforementioned use shall cover in particular the making, offering, putting on the market, importing, exporting or using of a product in which design is incorporated or to which it is applied, or stocking such a product for those purposes. In a presentation of the UIPO, the people who gave this presentation said there should be in general no problem that this is included, because the sentence says in particular, so also the virtual use should be covered. This has to be seen, this is, as I said, might be either resolved by the revision of the community science regulation or by the jurisprudence on this matter. I would like only to mention that in my view there should maybe be some thought about a certain harmony. So if we say here there should be no problem to give design protection across the border from the real to the virtual world, then the question for me would be, why do we give this to designs and not automatically to trademarks, and say, like it is said now here in the guidelines, to give this only if you have a reputed or a well-known trademark and otherwise not. So why should be there a difference? You see, we have here still very, very basic and structural questions without answers, but there should be a certain harmony. And I think it will be very thrilling to see the further developments, both by law and also by the jurisdiction in this regard. What I would only plead for is that I would hope that in the future there will be a certain harmony in tendencies and solutions at a global level. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jürg Verdorfer, Minister Councillor, the delegation of the EU to the Republic of Korea. Now we're going to go on to the third presentation of session number 2. I would like to now call upon the stage Attorney at Law, Mr. Masafumi Masuda, who's going to talk about the policy trend and current discussion on metaverse in Japan.
Hello, 감사합니다. 안녕하세요. Okay. This is Masafumi Masuda from Japan. Today I'd like to talk about policy trend and current discussion on Metaverse Japan. Just missing the title, but okay. I'm very humbled to be here. So before starting my presentation, let me introduce myself a little bit. This is my bio. I'm a Japanese attorney and mainly working for IT and digital matters, and especially Web3 related legal issues. You can see my major bio and current major roles on Web3 here. And for Korean speakers, 2 of my books have been translated into Korean. You may find more insightful information regarding Metaverse and Web3 in Japan. So let's start talking about Metaverse business environment in Japan. Quite a few B2B services have been developed, including service platform, development platform and tool, hardware, content and service provider, Metaverse builder, payment, consulting, and business development. Japanese industry is mainly focused on establishing use cases and developing Metaverse as marketing tools. In some aspects, Metaverse has a gradation. One, XR. Roughly 3 types of XR is in the Metaverse area, like alternative reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality. Discussion in Japan is mainly focused on VR. And number 2, Web3 or non-Web3. Although Web3 and blockchain is not a prerequisite of Metaverse, in the policy-making activities, the discussion in Japan is mainly focused on the aspect of Web3 and blockchain. So, in my perspective, many major services make reproduction of the real world. The first one is Shibuya 5G entertainment project, Virtual Shibuya. And this is aiming to reproduce a real city. And the second one is Meta Platforms, Horizon Workrooms. This is aiming to reproduce a real situation to have a business conference. So I think that this is mainly because it should be somewhat similar to the real world so that we can use the virtual environment naturally. So next is growing homogeny with the real world may produce some legal issues. The first one is reproduction of things in the real world. It would cause copyright and trademark infringement, and also may cause property right issues for cultural properties and buildings like shrine or temple. And the second comes from the usage of person's face and appearance, and it would cause infringement of portrait rights and publicity rights, and also cause infringement of right to honor. And the last one is interpersonal contact. It's a very interesting topic. We may feel physical contact with others, even in a virtual world. And it may cause new type of perpetration problem. So let's move on to the policy-making aspect of Metaverse and Web3. This is an NFT white paper issued by the LDP, Liberal Democratic Party, the ruling party of the Japanese government. So the paper is a part of Digital Japan 2022, which is the proposal of the LDP, and mainly focus. An NFT white paper is mainly focused on the policy proposals on Web3 related issues. Such policy proposals by LDP is generally prepared by related divisions of the government, but since Web3 has a very large range and the related divisions diverge enough, actually there's no division who can deal with such a very large-scale topics, so the LBT decided not to ask the government itself, but ask some legal professionals, including me, to prepare the draft of the white paper. And the white paper, sorry, it's very small characters, but there are 24 proposals in the NFT white paper. And among all of them, there are 2 topics regarding Metaverse. This is the first one. The proposal starts the current situation. The current situation is that a vision of a future in which NFTs issued on a public chain serve as a means of achieving interoperability between services, allowing digital assets to be brought into and used in multiple metaverse services. But the challenges lie in how to standardize the mechanism for managing blockchain structure, NFT format, and digital data that is not recorded on the blockchain. So the proposal is, in order for Japanese businesses to secure favorable business and competitive environment on the global market. The key point is how to engage in and lead the international discussion about establishing the de facto standards for each of the above mechanisms. And blockchain-related businesses and XR-related business should be established a forum for cross-industrial information gathering and discussion venue. This comes from that there are so many business industrial organizations in Japan regarding metaverse. So like blockchain-related business organizations and via technology-related business organizations, and they cannot discuss each other. So this proposal means make them discuss together in order to establish or joining the international discussions on the standardization of metaverse. Okay. So metaverse and NFT are often discussed together, as you know, and it can be realized by utilizing blockchain and, the open metaverse concept, which is a consumer can use digital assets that can be used in one service and in another services. And it can be realized by utilizing a blockchain and distributed storage services, but it requires the standardization of specifications and rules. And last year, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg has gave a presentation to change their company name from Facebook to Meta platforms, and he has been focused on not only just developing metaverse technologies and services, but also standards. So in his message, he said there needs to be interoperability, and after that, among other 36 companies, he established Metaverse Standards Forum, and it was formed by only 37 founders in June, but after 2 months, there are over 1,500 members. So I feel that the Japanese industries and the government cannot independently compete with such a global movement. So I'm now recommending that the Japanese policymaker and the government join and follow the discussion in the forum. So the second proposal in the NFT white paper regarding metaverse is IP-related proposal. So the current situation is there are cases in which NFTs of digital data that imitate mass-produced products with a somewhat distinctive appearance and sold under the assumption that they will be used in the metaverse. But these mass-produced designs are often not protected by copyright. So the proposal is there should be a discussion about measures that can be taken against counterfeiting and the limitations of these measures based on current laws. And then, in the future, the relevant agencies should examine the possibility of amending the law, such as expanding the scope of protection under design rights. Actually, this proposal comes from some IP infringement lawsuits, including this one, Meta Barkins, which had been already discussed today. So let's see some IP laws regarding industrial design protection. The first one is protection by trademark rights. The Trademark Act offers the protection for three-dimensional shape trademarks. But there are some issues, including it is not easy for three-dimensional shape trademark to be registered as a trademark under the Act. And also, protected only where the mark is used as the indication of some products or services. So there's a very limited protection is offered to such a trademark or service mark. The next one is copyright. Copyright protection is also discussed. It was a big topic whether industrial product for non-ethic purposes can be protected under copyright or not. And the discussion by the decision by the Intellectual Property High Court in 2015, they said, even if an applied art does not constitute a work of artistic craftsmanship, if it meets the copyrightable requirements in paragraph 1, item 1 of the same article, which is the Copyright Act, it is protected under the same law as an artistic work. So even if the design product, it also can be protected under the copyright. So, but please note that as it may be the same as in other jurisdictions, copyright protection covers only somewhat creative works, and it still limits the range of protection. Okay, so the third one is the protection by design rights under the Design Act. So design rights mainly focus on design or mass-produced products. So there are some issues including the protection of a graphical image is very limited. I know some jurisdictions have a protection on the design avatar on Metaverse. It can be registered in some jurisdictions, but in Japan, we don't accept such a avatar design as a design rights. And the second issue is it is required to harmonize with copyright protection and other protections on IP-related laws. Okay, and the last one is a bit tricky. The protection by Unfair Competition Prevention Act. So it prohibits some unfair competition activities, and it can work as an IP protection as well as other IP rights. And among dozens of unfair competition activities defined under the Act, item 3, which is described in the slide, prohibits the act of transferring, leasing, displaying for the purpose of transfer or lease, exporting or importing goods that imitate the form of another person's goods, excluding what which is indispensable to its function. So some imitation can be protected under the item, but there are some issues, including that the meaning of goods in the article and imitate of the article is unclear right now. And under this fair competition type, not an imitation but merely similar product is not protected. So the protection under the Act as an unfair competition is also very limited. Okay, lastly, I'd like to introduce some ongoing policy-making activities in Japan. Although this shows some policy-making activities in Japan, which I was involved in. So this is not a whole list for such a meeting or study meeting in Japan. I am deeply involved in the policy-making activities in some aspects. And you can see on the list not only each ministerial division, but also a political party and cabinet office itself is keen to discuss metaverse issues as well. So the Japanese government will review all issues and build the next strategy by next March. And each government division will start implement the strategy from 2023, the next year. So it's relatively shorter than the expected, but I'd like to finish my presentation. Thank you for listening. 감사합니다.
네, 발표가.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was a presentation from Attorney at Law Masafumi Masuda. Let's continue on to the next presentation. I'd like to now invite onto the stage Mr. He Chang Kim, Director General of the Korea Copyright Commission, who's going to talk about the response to IP issues related to copyright in the metaverse.
안녕하세요. 한국 저작권위
Hello everyone, my name is He Chang Kim. I'm the Director General of the Policy Research at the Korea Copyright Commission. So today I'm going to be talking about metaverse and the IP issues, but I'm going to specifically talk about copyright related issues. So it's really a big honor for me to be here to talk about the metaverse and IP with so many prominent experts from a variety of fields related to IP. So the KCC is located in Jinju, and I got on the 5:40 bus, and it took me 4 hours to come to Seoul. So I think that if metaverse is realized, then perhaps we'll be able to have this kind of conference in the metaverse rather than me having to ride the bus all the way from Jinju to Seoul. So anyway, first of all, I'd like to talk about how we have been following up on the different issues related to the metaverse. So the KCC and the MCST have been following the new technologies that have been developing, and we have been continuously discussing how we're going to respond to these developments. So, for example, in 2018, we formed the Copyright Future Strategy, and we also formed then in 2021 the New Technology Environment Council consultative group, where we talked about a different variety of different technologies like AI and 3D printing and blockchain, etc. And then since 2022, we have also formed a consultative group regarding the metaverse, the NFT, and the copyright. So we have started a full-fledged discussion and debate on the metaverse and NFT and copyright. So we'll be continuing this year our research on these topics, and we have also picked a few topics for discussion between the KCC and the academia and the industries. So we'll be talking about what some of those issues are, what copyright issues are being raised, and what they mean for our legal system. So I would just like to first of all say that my presentation comes out of the consultative discussions that we had in the group. So when we talk about metaverse, well, I don't think I have to go through the definition. People have already done that before me. But many people also talk about the infinite possibilities of the metaverse. And so the real world is going to evolve in the metaverse, and that is constituted of different contents. For us, that means copyrighted works. A lot of copyrighted works will be created and consumed and used within the metaverse, and obviously that will lead to a whole lot of copyright-related issues. So then there is an interaction between the platforms, and with that kind of interaction, I think the metaverse is going to expand. One thing that I felt was very important is that, of course, the metaverse strives to have this kind of expanded world, but if you look at the existing metaverse, they are just individual platforms And so the contractual relationship within one platform is more important rather than the interoperability between the different platforms. But going forward, I think this kind of interoperability between the different individual platforms will become more and more important, and that will also lead to legal issues of its own. So here are some of the copyright-related issues on Metaverse. I can't say I will be talking about everything, but here are some of the main issues. So there are those issues related to the ownership and the attribution and liability of the platforms, etc. So the first kind of copyright-related issues pertains to the user-generated contents, or the UGC, and the attribution of the ownership in the metaverse. And so in a metaverse, the UGC is categorized into complete UGCs, but also partial UGCs. And so because these UGCs are created and consumed a lot in the metaverse, there are a lot of rights. But actually, these UGC-related copyright issues are not completely new, because we've had this kind of issues already in the real world, for example, related to StarCraft, etc. So you can just say that they have been translated into the metaverse. But one thing there is different is that the platform actually provides some of the elements that are needed in the creative work. So sometimes some of the UGCs in the metaverse can be seen as a derivative work and not just an original work. And so they lead to more derivative works. And so then there is a relationship between the different users and the creators. But many of the metaverse platforms provide terms of use, and they also encourage the users to create their own work. But anyway, generally, the copyright of a UGC belongs to the users, but the metaverse platform also provides for comprehensive licensing for the use of the content. But majority of the platforms actually only allow the UGC outside the platform for non-commercial purposes. So these examples are about Zepeto and some other cases, and the Hermes and Birkin that we've already heard about. So then how are we going to resolve these issues? What kind of perspective and angle should we take on? So first of all, the terms of the use usually is a policy on the platform. But like I said, there is a limitation to the scope of the use. And so one issue that arises from here is the fairness of the terms of the use of the platform. So the services provided by the platforms according to the terms of the use may also lead to the need for more research to provide better clarification of the terms of the use, to make the terms of use more clear. There are also a lot of limitation-related issues. So, for example, we have a provision in the Korea about the private copying. But then in the platform, you'd also not just have reproduction, but also transmission. But if inside the metaverse there is indeed a private space, and then can we apply the private use provision on that private space within the metaverse? And then if you have like an online class that takes place in metaverse, what exceptions and limitations to copyright would apply to that metaverse education space? So can we apply the provisions as they are, or do we need to revise them? And so one such example would be the freedom of panorama. So you have the existing buildings and architectural works, and they are reproduced in the metaverse. Do we have to have permission, or don't we need consent from the original creators when we have these buildings in the background in the metaverse? We have the freedom of panorama in the Korean Copyright Act. Of course, we did not take into account metaverse when we were actually inserting this kind of provision in the law, but it's really about photographs, and if you have these buildings and architectural works in the background, then they'll not be these kind of reproductions will not be, these reproductions will be considered as limitations or exceptions to copyright. But then when we go to the metaverse, it's not just about the buildings being in the background, it's also about the buildings being built and then being used. And so we might have to have an additional interpretation. In Article 35.5, we also have a fair use provision. So we sort of we referenced, benchmarked the American law, but anyway, we have the fair use of work, so we need to think about whether this kind of fair use provision can also be applied to the metaverse and to what extent. So say that you have a photo or a video, but it's not just a reproduction. So if you're going to make something in a metaverse, you have to codify it. So this, the act of codifying, does it is the act of codifying a reproduction or an act of creating a derivative work? That is also another very important copyright-related issue. And also, I think we also need to make an active application of the fair use provision to be able to reflect the special circumstances pertaining to metaverse. So say there is a building and somebody is using the building to enhance the immersiveness of the metaverse. And so then the purpose of using that architectural building is different from the original work. So then if the use is different, then what kind of legal provision will be interpreted? But and another time the metaverse is directly using the architectural building, then that will be another story. The next thing I'd like to talk about is copyright-related issues pertaining to performances in the metaverse. So just like physical performances, you can also have a lot of performances in the metaverse. According to the Korean law, there are some provisions that can be applied, but the question is which provision can be applied to these performances in the metaverse. And in the process of the performance, many different works can be used. So how are we going to process the copyright, and what kind of royalties are we going to apply to performances in the metaverse? So these are some of the important questions that arises. Sorry, I'm just trying to look for the correct slide. So in the Korean law, we have what we call the public transmission. And then we also have the digital sound transmission and interactive transmission. And so the broadcasting is about simultaneousness of the sending and the receiving. And the real-time streaming, like the radio, that is defined as the digital sound transmission. So anyway, then if we have a performance on the internet, can we consider it to be simultaneous or not? Depending on the simultaneousness, we will be able to determine which legal provision could apply to the performances in the metaverse. And then that also has an effect in what kind of royalty and the level of royalty would be paid to the rights holders. So yes, in the end, ultimately, it's all about what level of royalty will be paid. So you have these online concerts. So if you have an offline concert, and if you then look at the online concert, and if you compare the two, what kind of profit structure do they have? So are they different? So if you look at the online K-pop concerts, it's actually the same as the offline concerts, the physical concerts, and it seems that the profit structure are the same, at least for now. But then if you look at the royalty, even if it was seen as a broadcast, then, and if you look at the profit structure, the royalties that are applied currently to broadcasting should also apply to the performances in the metaverse. So for now, I think that the broadcasting royalty could apply. The next thing I'd like to talk about is that there are some rights that were not so much the focus in the offline world, but has become more important in the online world. And one of those examples would be choreography. So there's a program called the Street Woman Fighter, and there are many dances. They showcase many of the new choreographies. So these many of the choreographers have now formed their own organization because they felt that in the past choreography were not properly recognized as copyrighted works. So when Psy's Gangnam Style was really popular, there's that kind of horse riding dance that was really popular, and many people criticized that not enough royalty was given to the choreographer who came up with that horse riding dance move that became really popular. So anyway, now there is a discussion about the scope of protection when it comes to choreography, because you have some basic steps and then you have the additional steps. There was one case where a certain K-pop choreography was seen to be copyrightable. So dancers and choreographers are also having a discussion about the scope of their rights, and they also have to have a more active discussion. So one dance step is not copyrightable, because if each step is copyrightable and is given exclusive right, then those individual steps will not be used by others. So in Korea, and I think in other countries as well, each individual step would not be copyrightable. So in a particular case, the whole dance was seen to be copyrightable, but then that leads to the question of the scope. With the motion capture technology development, a certain dance move can be differentiated with from other moves, and so then we will, I think, be able to better specify the scope of protection for choreography, and then I think we will be able to apply that to the metaverse. If that is indeed the case, well, of course, each choreographic step might not be copyrightable in and of itself, but we may also be able to think about the attribution, because at least then at least the choreography could be protected by contract. So it's sort of like the TV formats. As you know, you have a big judicial precedence in Korea. So some courts said that it's not copyrightable because TV formats are ideas and not expressions. But nevertheless, the TV formats have great economic value, and there is a huge market for TV formats. And we can apply that to choreography. If it's a certain dance move and we can attribute it to a certain choreographer, and if there is a market whereby these kind of choreography steps could be traded, then I think a similar kind of legal interpretation could apply also to choreography. Now, onto the issue of the liability of the metaverse platform operators or service providers. So, as I had mentioned before, these platforms are constituted of a variety of different contents, and they are downloaded and uploaded by the users in the platform. And so the metaverse platforms is a mediator among the different users. Of course, if the metaverse platform creates its own content, then that'll be a different story. But if it acts like an OSP, a typical OSP transmitting the different contents, then it is indeed be applied with the relevant OSP-related provisions in the Korean law and other jurisdictions as well. So there are certain requirements for an OSP to benefit from exemption from liability. So they should not initiate the transmission of the works. They should not be able to select a work or its recipient, etc. So there are OSPs that are considered as hosting services. And so, once again, I believe that these metaverse platform operators could be seen as an OSP. So if the user, even if he or she transactions illegal content, then the OSP can benefit from the safe harbor provision. And also the metaverse platform operators could also benefit from the safe harbor provision. So I think this kind of exemption from liability is quite similar in many different jurisdictions. So, and also it's based on Section 512 in the American law. And I think there is a provider liability exemption provision also in the Japanese law as well. So if you look at the highlighted part, it says that a notice and takedown has to be provided, upon which the platform provider, once getting that kind of notice, has to have measures in place to take that posting down. So anyway, once again, the metaverse platform operators can be seen as an OSP, as a hosting service, and accordingly, regarding a lot of the illegal content, the metaverse platform providers can be exempt from liability, but they also have to have some protection measures in place and relief measures in place. So the platforms, after notice and takedown, would then find out who the infringer it was, and then would take him or her to court. And so there was some litigations involving Roblox regarding this kind of liability issue. So I think these liability and copyright infringement related issues that had rose in the past in regard to YouTube and some other platforms would now appear also in the metaverse world. So then from the rights holder's perspective, he or she has to be able to track down where the violations are taking place. And if I, as a rights holder, have become aware of the infringement, then I have to send a notice to the platforms. But how can we specify that infringement? Right now, it's possible to do so by URL, but in the metaverse, it's really difficult to pinpoint and specify exactly what part of the work is an infringement. So in conclusion, regarding the methodology, the metaverse platform service provider have to find a solution and have to be able to answer this kind of question regarding the possible infringement of copyright, because it also does have to play an active role in protecting copyright. Recently, the notice and takedown has evolved more. Now we're going to a stay down situation. then the liability of the OSPs and the metaverse platforms can actually act as a monitoring role to ensure that the copyright infringement is prevented. And so these are some of the ways forward regarding copyright for the metaverse platform service providers and also the OSPs. So namely, I've been talking about a variety of issues related to the IP and metaverse. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the Korean copyright has to be reviewed. So do we need any immediate revisions to the copyright law to be able to accommodate these metaverse related issues? Actually, the copyright law, we've already had a lot of copyright issues arising from the digital world, namely from games and also from the Second Life and StarCraft, etc. And so the Korean copyright law and the legal interpretation are actually quite used to the application to the digital world. So I don't think we need an immediate revision. We also have a lot of general provisions like the fair use provision. So I think it's really about coming up with appropriate guidelines for the legal interpretation of the existing law rather than revising the law. We also need a concrete approach and practical approach are needed in order to facilitate the creation, protection, and the use of works in the metaverse. So I think the metaverse platform providers' terms of use have to be reviewed and to see if they are really appropriate and ensuring fair use. And we also have to be able to maintain a balance and balance between the different interests of the different stakeholders. So I would just like to conclude my presentation with those words. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Hye-Chan Kim, for your insightful presentation. It's been talking about the response to intellectual property issues and also some alternatives related to copyright in the metaverse. So let me now go on to the next presentation. It's actually the last presentation in session 2. I'd like to now call upon Professor Chang-Hwa Kim from Hanbak National University to talk about the response to IP issues related to industrial property rights in the metaverse, focusing on design and copyright. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Chang-Hwa Kim. I'm a professor at Hanbak National University. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak here. Today, I would like to speak about response to intellectual property issues regarding industrial property rights in metaverse. So before I go into my presentation, I would like to share with you how I came to this presentation. Well, the KIPO, K-I-P-O, and I were involved in projects together. So last year, we were working on a trademark-related research project. And this year, we were working on a metaverse design project. So I was involved in the design-related project, and my colleague professors were working on the trademark project last year. So I would like to focus more about the design project and about the trademark project. I will be sharing information that I've gathered from the reports that were generated by my colleague professors. Now, first of all, in the digital economy, the metaverse that is quite similar to reality has emerged. And in this new digital reality, digital products and digital articles have emerged. And Design and Trademark Act, how those digital products and articles are defined according to that law has become an issue. So to solve these questions, we would like to look at, we have actually already pursued a lot of projects to look at how these items are interpreted according to current law. So first of all, on the limitations of design protection and the broad definition of the Design Protection Act selectively focuses on product design as the main object of protection and requires an article as an element for establishing a design. So the design needs to be specified on an article. And so we were focusing only on the product design, and it was clearly defined that it would have an article as an element. And for this to establish a design, it requires an article as an element. And by article, it means that the design needs to be specified on an article. But in the age of the metaverse, designs without articles started to emerge. And for those designs that are not assigned upon articles, how those designs are going to be protected has become an issue. And in particular, last year and this year, with the rapid emergence of metaverse as a major figure in the public's lives, the article requirement need to be resolved. So new laws had been enacted and examination criteria has been set down. And in terms of examination criteria, design has been defined as screen design that can be displayed on part of an article. Examination criteria has been established. Again, screen design that can be displayed on part of an article has been brought into the protection scope. So graphic user interface, icon, graphic image, and dynamic images are now being protected. So to look at the pictures below, these are included in the examination criteria, and these are not protected as a screen design because the part of the article that displays the design cannot be specified, or when it is realized through projection of light, it is considered as lacking article. So it has to be displayed on part of an article as a screen. And then we had other parts of an article or fonts or image design which did not have the element of article. So the Design Protection Act uses the concept of article as implied in law. So parts of article, fonts, and image design have all been included. And article is established as implied in law. So this provides protection for those parts of articles and fonts and image designs as well. And by image, the legal definition is a figure, symbol, etc., expressed by digital technology or electronic means. But there's a caveat to this, limited to those that are used for the operation of devices or that exhibit a function, and including parts of an image. So there is the functionality aspect. And in the metaverse, there are a lot of items that do not exhibit functions. So it's going to be difficult to protect all of the items in the metaverse. So we are looking at digital designs that do not establish part of an article on the screen, nor that those that do not exhibit a function. So how we are going to protect those items was the focus of the project. So design within metaverse, which lacks the article element. How we are going to protect those was the research question. And if you look at the pictures below on the slide, these are the representations or expressions of designs in metaverse that lack the article element. So first is a digital product, in other words, items, and we have digital humans, digital animals, digital world, hologram. All of those are design representations within the metaverse that do not include the element or article element. And now we would like to look at some dispute cases on design in the metaverse. And what was important here was metaverse design dispute cases. There weren't a substantial number of dispute cases. So our project was a little ahead of the times compared to other countries, and the fact was there weren't a lot of disputes that had actually taken place. And the earlier presentations focused on trademark, but I would like to say that in the design area, there are less disputes that have arisen up to now. Now, we did find some American cases. So there was the case on the Zap Blast Knuckle, which is a type of a stun gun. So the design for this was used by a video game producer, and if the appearance of the stun gun Zap Blast Knuckle was used in the game, would it be an infringement of design was the issue. The United States has a similar framework as Korea. So because the article was not the same, it was not understood as an infringement. External similarity alone cannot be deemed as design patent infringement. Again, here, the point was whether the design patent could be understood as being infringed when the article was different. And the second case was the Finnish nationally beloved character Moomin. So there were character shops online that were selling items that use a representation of that character. This didn't lead to an actual court case, but it was just mentioned in the press. And then Spoom case was when software was bought for a price without the agreement of the original artist or original author, and then implemented into another product and sold. So these were some dispute cases on design within the metaverse. Now, I would like to share with you some trademark cases and copyright infringement cases. So the first one I would like to share about the design was the Humvee design. So the outcome was that this did not constitute an infringement because artistic relevance, competitiveness, strength of mark, degree of similarity, and evidence of actual confusion. These were the aspects that were considered, and the real outcome was that the ruling was that this did not constitute an infringement. And then we have the Meta Birkin. Unlike the Humvee case, the reputation and the well-known status of the Birkin bag had been used, and it's more of a product than an article. And because it's more of it's more closely related to design, I wanted to share it with you. And then there was the Gulf Zone issue, the case where a golf course video had been infringed. This wasn't a copyright infringement case, but actually it ended up as a violation of the Unfair Competition Prevention and Trade Secret Protection Act. And the next case I would like to share with you is whether the dance moves of a character can be protected under copyright. It was mentioned earlier in another presentation because it was transformational use. And by transformational use, it refers to the American fair use. And because it comes under fair use, it was not infringement of copyright. And lastly, we had the tattoo on the basketball player's person. So whether this was an infringement. So this was another example of fair use in the United States. And also, there was the principle of de minimis. So this principle that is included in copyright was brought in to determine that this was not an infringement. Now, so those were some cases that I briefly touched upon. And then we conducted a survey to find out the opinions So how much protection is needed and how protection should be extended? A survey was conducted on those issues. And digital design is being widely used. So in terms of the scope of use, the need for protection was widely agreed by those who were surveyed, and how digital design should be protected. Most of the responses, around 75%, responded that digital and physical designs should be protected within the physical and digital world, and they should also be.
뭐라고요? 그거가 재미있다고 할까요?
And another interesting part was whether digital design and physical real-world design, how the protection relation is established. Digital design and offline design both should be protected was the answer from an overwhelming majority of the surveyed, like 90 to 100%. So offline design being used online, online design used offline, both should be established as infringement, was a demand from those that were surveyed. And according to current law, unfortunately enough, that is going to be difficult to be provided. And now we will have a look about the overseas protection status. Since there are a lot of information has been shared by presenters from other countries, I'd like to just briefly touch upon this. We have the case in the United States. In Section 171 on PHVAR design, there has been a report issued on whether application of Section 171 works. So opinions for application, opinions against application are detailed on the slide. So on the left side, we have opinions that are agreeing with the application of PHVAR design protection. And I read through this, and opinions for application or opinions for protection seem to have weaker grounds. So in other words, in the United States, a novel creative ornamental design on an article of manufacture seems to be more widely supported within the United States. Of course, it wasn't finally conclusive, and I won't go into the European Union case. Though I did prepare this slide on Community Design Regulation Article 3. And I would like to draw your attention to the product aspect. So Korea's Design Protection Act is focusing on article element, but EU Community Design Regulation focuses on product. So in the EU, the article element is not required in online or offline. So I believe that we could probably adopt this approach. This was a suggestion that was brought up in the very beginning of our research project. Now, in terms of article, building, and image, those are protected as designs, as was mentioned in the earlier presentation. And operation image, display image, design that includes image on part of an article are also included. But images in content are not protected. That's another point that I would like to share. And it is acknowledged within Japan as well that the range of protection provided by the current Design Act is insufficient to protect image design. And lastly, in terms of overseas protection status is the case of Singapore. Registered Designs Act provides protection to features of shape, configuration, colors, pattern, or ornament applied to any article or non-physical product. But it doesn't have to have a physical form, but has to have an intrinsic utilitarian function. So a virtual instrument, a piano, is a non-physical product, but because it has a utilitarian function, it is protected. But a virtual character, because it doesn't have a utilitarian function, is not considered a non-physical product that can be protected. Now, digital design protection direction. So the article requirement issue and the definition of article is stipulated here. So it's not clearly defined in the It's not clearly specified in the law, but we only look to case law. So independent, concrete, tangible, movable, the issues regarding each of the aspects have been described on the slide, and so the article requirement seems to no longer be very meaningful. So how we are going to deal with this? This should be gradually phased out is our suggestion. And in terms of the amendments that we should make regarding article requirement, according to our research team, we should eliminate the idea, ultimately, of article requirement and focus more on design concept. However, this article requirement is deeply enmeshed and embedded into the Design Protection Act, so we will have to gradually phase this out. We should gradually take this out of the law provisions. And we have provided 4 methods to phase out the article requirement, and method 4 is setting the design concept as an object of protection to ultimately delete the article requirement. In terms of, to go back to the top, method 1 is delete or revise the requirement that restricts image in regards with image design. And method 2 is introduce definition of article for digital design, including digital design and image design. And method 3 is to adopt the European approach and introduce definition of article in the European manner, while expanding the scope of the meaning of article. And method 4 would be setting design concept as an object of protection to ultimately eliminate the article requirement. So we thought hard about how to work with this, and we thought that the most feasible idea that could work for the time being would be method 1. But if you go with method 1, there might be some conflict with the copyright. And how are we going to resolve this convolution situation with copyright? In our report, we have described the pros and cons of the approach. So anyway, we have suggested some ideas to gradually phase out the element of article requirement. And again, some designs are protected in the digital world versus the physical world because they are assigned to different articles. And in the current law, if the article is different, then it is determined as dissimilar. And if the function and the purpose is different, and of course the function and the utility of the article would be different online and offline, then of course it can't be protected. So currently, under the current law, the only way to have the design protected is to register them separately in the online and offline world. However, in terms of creativeness, there might be ways to raise objections and prevent registering digital design.
디지털 디자인이라고 하는 것을
And lastly, coordination with Copyright Act to provide better protection of design is very important because Copyright Act protects a certain area which might coincide with the Design Protection Act's protection extended. Now, on the bullet points, there are stated the need for Design Protection Act for digital design, like strong industrial characteristic and practical purpose. Because Design Protection Act has industrial characteristics, they should be protected. Digital design should be protected under the Design Protection Act. But of course, the Copyright Act, proponents of the Copyright Act might come up with their own similar argument. And at the end of the day, we should not necessarily avoid conflict between the two parties, and the choice might be to have redundant protection. So the user, the party involved, might look at Design Protection Act or Copyright Act and choose whichever law to resort to, which provides better protection. So we believe that we could just allow for a redundant protection. And then also there's a conflict between different parties. And the intellectual property protection will provide protection. And grounds for invalidation, because the design protection right and the copyright, because there are different rights, it's going to be too much of a burden to try to invalidate this. So we decided to just leave it be. So this is what I have looked at in terms of design protection. And now I would like to turn to trademark. Now, when there's a digital product, the current Trademark Act, how it's going to apply, is becoming an issue. And there are a lot of reports on this. But what I have focused on in my presentation are three areas. First is use of trademark. What is the scope of the use of trademark that is recognized by the law? And because my colleagues had proposed some recommendations on how the Trademark Act should be amended, I have added those details. And second of all, there's trademark infringement. So if you look at the Trademark Act, infringement deemed as infringement is based on similarity, not identical infringement. So one suggestion by my colleagues is that identical infringement and infringement by similarity shall both be clearly stipulated as direct infringements. And to look at the subparagraphs 2, 3, and 4, they focus on counterfeiting situations. So there are stronger laws in the overseas about penalties for counterfeit. And the recommendation from my colleagues was that we should also make stricter the crackdown on infringement. And so there were ideas for amendments of the Trademark Act. And there are also comparison with other markets such as the United States, and I won't go into much of the details because my colleagues, my other presenters have said this. In the United States, having the trademark attached, physically attached, that requirement has been relaxed quite significantly. And the trademark use conditions aren't as significantly factored into in the United States. And we have infringement and counterfeiting infringement, and only counterfeiting infringement is criminally prosecuted. And in terms of Europe, I'll just skip over the presentation slides. There are demands for much stricter criminal punishment, but this has yet been legislated, and I will not go into details about the Japanese case as either. For acts deemed to constitute infringement, yes, I must touch upon this, because this article, for acts deemed to constitute infringement, a lower level punishment is applied compared to a direct infringement. And Korean law has referred very much to this part. And also the Chinese case is described here. One thing I would like to share with you is that prosecution standards of judicial authorities for infringement are very high, so it's very rare for an infringer to actually get criminally punished. So in terms of the use of trademark, the current Trademark Act fails to clearly capture online transmission of digital products or provision through streaming methods. So provision through telecommunication lines has been amended, and exhibiting, exporting, or importing for the purpose of provision through a telecommunications line is currently described here. And what we would like to look at are items C and D. So use of trademark referred to displaying a trademark on advertisements for goods, price tags, transaction documents, or other means. Displaying a trademark on information that includes details on advertisements for goods, price tags, transaction documents, or other means, and providing it through a telecommunications line should be added. So provided through a telecommunications line has already been added, actually. And then in terms of trademark, item D, comprehensive use. So using the trademark to indicate the commercial source of the product should also constitute use of trademark. And in terms of jurisprudence, we could have a rather more relaxed and a wide, broadened scope of interpretation to make these provisions more comprehensive in their scope. So in terms of jurisprudence, as in items C and D, there should be more of a scope captured than included. And in terms of trademark infringement based on similarity should be also included in direct infringement. So it's only used as on a confirmational basis, but now it should be used for it should also be understood as part of direct infringement. So it should be added to the direct infringement conditions. Now, in terms of acts deemed infringement, there are items 1, 2, 3, 4, and there should be very strict prosecution and criminal prosecution and penalization be included into the amendments for items B, C, and D. And so the first suggestion is about amending item B, and the suggestions for amending item C and D are similar. So importing and manufacturing should be included, and delivery and sold, sell should be replaced with the words transfer and deliver. And so there are similar suggestions for items B and C. All of these details should be included so that the digital aspect should be included and captured in the definition of infringement. So this applies similarly to item C and D. And my colleagues also suggested that acts deemed infringement should include the following two. One is when a trademark has been modified and products that have the modified trademark attached are sold. And when the utility or the functionality of a product has been damaged, then that should also be considered as an infringement. And personally, counterfeited products, if they are also considered as infringement, this could provide better protection. Those were two suggestions that my colleagues made. And about criminal prosecution of infringement, in acts deemed infringement, items B, C, and D, we had referred to the Japanese law. Direct infringement should include infringement based on similarity, and imprisonment up to 7 years and 100 million won fine could be applied. But for a similarity infringement or acts deemed infringement, there should be stricter penalties levied. And in terms of confiscation, there should be a provision about confiscation. So this was a summary of what I reviewed in my colleagues' project on improving the protection for trademark for the metaverse and the digital world. And so those were some suggestions on how the laws should be amended for better protection with the metaverse. Thank you.
네, 김창원 한바대학교 교수.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your presentation. Actually, I had majored in design and I had actually worked as a designer before becoming a newscaster. So as also a person who was involved in design, it was a very interesting presentation. So that brings us to the end of session number 2. We're going to have a break. It's 3:44. So we're going to have a 30-minute break, and then we'll go on to session number 3. So it's now actually 3:45. So see you back at 4:15, 30-minute coffee break. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience. It's now session 3 of the Global Forum on IP and Metaverse. The session number 3 is about measures for cooperation among countries related to IP issues in the Metaverse. So first of all, I would like to invite Mr. Ignacio de Castro, Director of the WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center, who's going to be talking about the ADR mechanisms for the digital copyright and content-related disputes. Unfortunately, Mr. de Castro was unable to come to Korea, but nonetheless, he'll be able to participate through a video.
Hello, my name is Ignacio de Castro. I'm very happy to have been invited to participate in this global forum on IP and the Metaverse. I am sorry not to be in Korea for this conference. I will be speaking about resolving Metaverse disputes, and I will talk from the experience of the WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center. The WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center facilitates the resolution of commercial disputes between private parties involving IP and technology through procedures other than court litigation. The center is part of WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and that gives the center international neutrality. The center, being part of WIPO, specializes in the different areas of intellectual property and technology, and we see all types of disputes in these different areas. One of the main features of the center is that we have a very extensive list of WIPO mediators, arbitrators, and experts who are specialized in the different areas of IP and technology. And these experts will help us to deliver efficient results in each particular dispute. We offer different procedures: mediation, arbitration, expert determination, as well as domain name dispute resolution services, where we handle a very large volume of cases. Just to focus on the two procedures that may be most relevant for this presentation, mediation is an informal consensual process where a neutral intermediary, the mediator, will help parties to reach a settlement of their dispute based on the parties' respective commercial interest. The mediator cannot impose a decision, and the settlement agreement has the force of a contract, of an agreement, and this procedure leaves open the options to go to court or to go to arbitration if the parties are not happy with the result of the mediation. The second procedure is arbitration. Arbitration is also a consensual procedure, but only when the parties agree at the beginning to move to arbitration. Once they have agreed to go to arbitration, the parties will be bound by the result of the arbitration. The parties will have to decide whether they want to have 1 or 3 arbitrators, and the result of the arbitration will be final and binding, and that is called an arbitration award. The arbitration award will be based on the parties' rights and obligations, not based on the interests of the parties. And the big advantage of arbitration is that the arbitration award can be enforced internationally through the New York Convention. Normally, arbitration also excludes the court options, so it's basically a final decision issued by the arbitrators, and that is enforceable internationally. If we move now to the caseload of the center, we deal mostly, well, the main area for us is patents, where we deal with all types of patent disputes. We also have a big share of copyright disputes. Increasingly also, these are digital copyright disputes. We also handle trademark disputes and many IT-related disputes, which may be particularly relevant in this environment. The parties in WIPO cases come from all over the world, and we are seeing an increasing number of parties based in Asia. Traditionally, we always had parties based in Europe and the US, but Asia is growing very fast, and particularly we are seeing an increasing number of parties from the Republic of Korea. The source of these cases traditionally was contract clauses that provided for mediation or arbitration. But increasingly we are seeing an important number of cases that are submitted to the center where there is no clause in a contract. Most of the cases that we deal with are international, and the languages, the main language continues to be English, followed by Spanish and Chinese. In terms of the settlement rate in these cases, we have an important settlement rate, more than 70% in mediation and 30% in arbitration. The evolution of the caseload is very positive. In 2021, we had a more than 40% increase of the caseload, and this year we are expecting a very large increase, more than 70%. So moving now to examples of digital disputes referred to WIPO ADR. So we see here disputes in all these areas relating to audiovisual works, musical works, photographic works, social media, issues relating to platforms, to online content service providers, many disputes relating to software, outsourcing, mobile applications, videos, and online games. As a result of these examples of disputes that we are seeing in the area of digital copyright, we have been doing some very interesting work in this area, and this work has been supported by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea, and we have produced a survey on ADR for digital copyright and content dispute. This survey is available online. We don't have time now to share with you most of the results of the survey, but I will share with you some very brief highlights on this survey. First of all, I should say that we had more than 1,000 replies to the survey, and we also conducted a number of interviews, and the results are summarized in this slide. So we saw here that the top dispute areas are software, musical works, advertising, and literary works. The main types of disputes are infringement and licensing, and the priorities of parties when resolving disputes are the speed, the cost, the quality, outcome, and enforceability. The most popular dispute resolution mechanisms are notice and takedown, and followed by court litigation and by mediation. And the top technology tools to speed up the resolution of these disputes are the use of online submissions and video conferencing. And I should have mentioned that as a result of COVID in the last 2 years, the vast majority, 95% of our cases, have been conducted entirely online. And this has been extremely positive for the parties because it reduces the time and the cost spent in these procedures. In the next slide, you see the perception of the different dispute resolution mechanisms for these digital copyright disputes. And you see that mediation and conciliation are considered to be particularly suitable, as well as notice and takedown procedures. Court litigation is a bit more mixed. Arbitration is considered to be relatively suitable, but there is not a lot of knowledge about expedited arbitration, and certainly what parties don't seem to appreciate is when they have to conduct court litigation in a different jurisdiction. Of course, that is because often they're not familiar with those procedures, and because it may be expensive for them to instruct lawyers in that foreign jurisdiction. Expert determination has not been a procedure that is very familiar for many parties, but we have been working in this area, and we have been in particular looking at recent legislation in Europe. There is a European directive on copyright and related rights in the digital single market, and as part of that, Article 17.9 of the directive refers to the use of protected content by online content sharing service providers, and how these online content sharing service providers should put in place an effective and expeditious complaint and redress mechanism that should be available to users of their services in the event that disputes over the disabling of access to or removal of works or other subject matter uploaded by them is necessary, and the member states of the European Union shall also ensure that out-of-court mechanisms are available for the settlement of these disputes. So based on that, we have developed a procedure that can deal with these cases in a very fast manner. The procedure normally would take place within a period of 2 weeks. The Center has also been working in the area of alternative dispute resolution for video games and esports disputes, and there we offer case administration. We have also a special list of experts with particular expertise in this area. We offer procedural guidance and training, and we are considering also the development of tailored ADR procedures which will be, of course, focusing on online conduct. Moving to NFTs and metaverse disputes, we are seeing the use of ADR clauses, WIPO ADR clauses already in general terms and conditions. And we are also seeing that as part of smart contracts in particular. We are looking at disputes in the different, involving different parties, users against platforms, users against users, as well as users and service providers. And these disputes may relate to all the different areas of intellectual property, copyright, trademarks, software, also even patents when it comes to virtual reality hardware, for instance, headsets, and even issues relating to designs or to image rights, as well as issues relating to advertising, which we have seen from time to time refer to WIPO mediation and arbitration. So moving to the next slide, here you have a model clause, which is the clause that we see most often. It's a clause that provides for an initial phase of mediation, followed by arbitration or expedited arbitration. This is a clause that can be adapted. And what we are seeing now is that although the parties will specify always a place of mediation, a physical place of mediation, they also are sometimes adding to this standard clause that they would like that their procedure is conducted online, and this may be particularly relevant to some disputes in the metaverse. So, of course, we are very happy to have any questions. Please don't hesitate to contact us through arbiter.mail@wipo.int. You can also contact us in Korean. We have a colleague, my colleague Aram Kwon, who is also going to participate in one of the sessions of the conference. We'll be very pleased to reply to your questions in Korean. So please don't hesitate to contact us. And finally, we have just created a center presence on KakaoTalk, and you can also follow us on that KakaoTalk platform. So for now, thank you very much, and I'm very sorry not to be in person at the conference. Thank you. Thank you again.
네, 영상으로 발표
Thank you very much for that presentation on video. Next, we will hear from Professor Kyu-ho Lee of Chungang University, Proposal of International Solutions in Case of Infringement of Intellectual Property Rights on Metaverse. I will invite him onto the stage. Good afternoon. My name is Kyu-ho Lee. I'm professor at Chungang University. I will be speaking about on the metaverse, if there is transnational IPR infringement, how we should respond to those. So more specifically, I will be speaking about the private legal relationship and public legal relationship in those two different perspectives. So generally speaking, to look at the discussions that are taking place on the international arena in terms of the applicable law, the applicable jurisdictions, the offshore application of actually practicable law, it's mostly dealing with private legal relationships. However, when we're talking about offshore application of practicable law, it's sometimes confusing whether this should be in the realm of private legal relationship or public legal relationship. And in practice, in international discussions in academia, sometimes the people who are involved in the discussions aren't very clear on the difference between private legal relationship and public legal relationship. So when I was writing a report for the World comparative legal studies journal, I found I was confused myself. So I believe that we have to discuss and distinguish very clearly private legal relationship and public legal relationship. So this is why I am distinguishing between those two. So to talk about private legal relationship, we first come to the international choice of court, and in particular, if there's agreement on the which country court this should be discussed in, there has been this year an amendment to the Korea private international law. And it says that according to the Hague Convention on Choice of Court Agreement, that the choice of court has to be presumed. So in 2022, when we amended the Korea private international law, we only had about 3 provisions: general terms and consumer contract and employee contract. Only those 3 were discussed in terms of the choice of court, but the choice of court has been applied widely across all relevant items. Now, around the world, if we look at the bill-related cases and insurance cases and maritime cases and family court cases, all of those areas are addressed for the first time in terms of choice of court. For international cases, Korea would be the first country to determine all of those. And the Cliff Principle, the ALI Principle, and Korea-Japan joint suggestion, and also the Kyoto guidelines that were issued by the World International Law Association. All of those suggestions have been worked into the bill, and this was suggested to the Ministry of Justice, and it had passed the this was actually ratified by the National Assembly. So this was quite an achievement in terms of international private law society. So here, if we look at the Korea's private international law, it's described in Article 8, but I actually have to discuss something else. I'd like to talk about Naver Zepeto service. As for Naver Zepeto service, if we look at their terms of service, there's choice of court agreement provision, but there's no provision on applicable law. And prohibited acts include infringement of intellectual property rights. But in front of intellectual property rights, we see the expression trade secret, and this begs the question whether trade secret is included as an intellectual property right. But in Korean law, a trade secret is characterized as intellectual property, not an intellectual property right. But if we ask American attorneys, most of them will say that trade secret is intellectual property right. So whether trade secret is classified as intellectual property or intellectual property right differs. Sometimes the right is generated, and sometimes they would look at the actual practice, and also it would depend on the jurisdiction. So actually, in fact, a Korean company, when they were signing a contract with a US company for the provision about dispute settlement, cases of IPR would be brought to a certain court in California, and other IP-related, intellectual property-related disputes would be brought under the Korean court. So if it's IPR related, then it would be brought to the United States, California, a certain court in California. And if it's related to intellectual property instead of intellectual property right, it would be brought to an arbitral panel in Korea. And Article 8 brings in new details.
이 조문이 바로 거기에 관련된
Article 8 of the Korean Private International Law, here on the slide. So Hague International Convention on Choice of Court Agreement. So exclusive choice of court agreement is recognized here. However, the fact is Korea has not ratified this Hague Convention, but in academic circles, people are strongly demanding that the government that Korea also ratified this, because Singapore is one of the Asian countries that has ratified this. But in terms of IP disputes, this will only be applicable in a limited scope, because most of the terms of use for metaverse services is about consumers. So we have to exclude the part of consumer contract, and then there would be employee agreement, and also the copyright infringement would also be dealt with separately. And even if we ratify the Hague Convention on Court of Choice Agreement, it will only be partially applicable to intellectual property right suits. And in terms of consumer contracts, we have to consider the following, because in the terms and conditions, most of the users will be classified as consumers. The definition of consumer could be passive consumer, a consumer entering into contract with another for a purpose other than occupational or business activities. And as for a passive consumer, they would fall under the consumer contract articles. And their habitual residence, if they are habitually residing in Korea, then the court of jurisdiction would be in Korea. So even if there's an exclusive choice of court agreement, according to consumer contract, the suit might be brought into Korea. So this is quite consumer-friendly provision. But in a Google-related case that went up to the Seoul High Court, there was a case where whether the user was a consumer or not had become an issue. Because if the user had been doing occupational or business activities, it was not a consumer contract, but it was acting as a business person, not as a consumer. And in that case, if we're talking with Google, then the case would have to be brought to California. And the terms of use for metaverse services, in particular, if the metaverse platform is operated by a company in the United States, then if the user is not classified as a consumer, then the court would have to be brought to the United States. The case would have to be brought to United States. The special choice of court agreement would not be applicable. And we can see related provisions on the slide. Then in terms of consumer contract, about international court of jurisdiction, what would be the applicable law? If we look at the Korea Supreme Court cases, it would be Lex Fori. However, with the Korean Private International Law of 2022 amendment, the applicable law would be law of the country where the court chosen by parties are located, and this also is in accordance with the Hague Convention on Choice of Court Agreements. So you could say that Korea has not ratified the Hague Convention, but we have brought in quite a lot of the provisions of the convention into our own domestic law.
자, 그러면은 우리 법상에 8조를
So we take a closer look at Article 8 of the Korean Private International Law.
그 판례 좀 전에 이제 오전에 한재영 교수님께서 발표를 하면서
So
판례 입장을
in Professor Jiyoung Han's presentation in the morning, we heard him supporting Korea's case law, and one element that was a problem in the international arena was about the reasonable connection. So it had to have reasonable connection with Korean courts to establish the exclusive agreement. So if a foreign court is determined as the exclusive court of agreement, for example, if the California court has been determined as the exclusive court of agreement, there should have to be a reasonable connection with the California court. And if not, then it would be invalid. So that was the previous situation of Korea case law. But this has been abolished, and this is the most remarkable change in the recent amendment. So according to the amended new private international law, the reasonable connection requirement has been eliminated, and this also is in accordance with the Hague Convention on Choice of Court Agreements. And in terms of making your intent expressed, writing by electronic means is allowed, and this is also in line with the international trends. And this is the provisions, related provisions. Now I would like to turn to Article 38. There's a special jurisdiction on IP contracts, and on Article 37, there's a special jurisdiction for IPR infringement. In particular, I'd like to draw your attention to Article 39. So there are three areas. If act of infringement is in Korea, and if the outcome had arisen in Korea, and if it targeted Korea, then it could be brought to Korea. So if the infringement act had targeted the Republic of Korea, then it could be brought to Korean court. And international private international law society members are discussing what the target place means. So in Europe, the target place is included or captured by the place where the effect had taken place, the result had taken place. I believe that the National Assembly believed that these two were different. The target place and the place where the result had taken place are to be understood as the same thing. So the target place should be understood as included in the place where the result arises. I think there was a confusion on the part of the National Assembly, and I was referring to Article 44 and 39. Now, because we have special jurisdiction in tort cases, there's a gray area for unfair competition acts and infringement of trade secrets. Where do those fall? But when we're looking at the relationship between laws, we're looking at the applicable law. But when we're looking at jurisdiction, there's not much international discussion that has been done on this issue. So if we're not able to use the expression of a legal relationship determination, then we can't use the law suit or proceeding relationship. So whether trade secret infringement from the perspective of private international law, it might not be a legal act. And from one perspective, it might be understood as IPR infringement. So in Korea, law, domestic law, the trade secret is, if trade secret violation is understood as an illegal act, but according to private international law, it is considered as IPR infringement. Now I would like to talk about the law applicability in terms of metaverse. So the party's autonomy applies here, but if it's a consumer, then we should apply Article 47. In paragraph 1 of Article 47, we find that the habitual residence of the consumer, the protection given by the mandatory provisions of the country where the habitual residence of the consumer is located shall not be deprived. And the issue here is the regulation on the terms and conditions. So there are regulations on terms and conditions for each country, and Korea also has one. And according to this law, if the applicable law is a foreign law, then if it turns out to deprive the Korean consumer right, then whether we can apply the terms and conditions law is the issue. But according to Article 47, the mandatory provisions applies to Korean situation, and the terms and conditions law is also protected. But if the metaverse user is not established as a consumer, then how should they be protected? How they should be protected? Then we could refer to Article 20, international mandatory provisions. However, the Terms and Conditions Regulation Act doesn't escalate up to international mandatory provisions. And so the applicable law would be the law on which the parties had agreed on. And most users who have done commercial activities, they won't be construed as consumers. So that would determine the applicable law. Now, for law applicable to non-contractual relationship, law applicable to establishment, transfer, infringement of IP rights would be mostly lex loci protectionist. Professor Jenkins seems to see this as a different law, but Korea private international law says that this clearly states that this is lex loci protectionist. But employee invention, we don't see a lot of cases around the world that had rulings on the Supreme Court level. But Korea's Supreme Court ruled very clearly that the employment law is applicable. So the law that is more favorable towards the employee can be applied here. And in terms of unfair competition, infringement of trade secret, or theft of idea, or counterfeit products, in areas where Unfair Competition Prevention Act can be applied, which should be the applicable law. We have Korea High Court rulings, and it's determined as depending on the characterization. And some people say that let's say Article 40 should apply, but some people, like myself, would say the following. So in image design, if an image design is unregistered for a product, a virtual product, then anti-unfair competition law could apply, but also Article 35 of Commercial Act could apply. Or rather, Article 35 of Trademark Act could apply because it could be an indispensable trademark that is a 3D presentation. So the most clear and straightforward way to approach this is to apply lex loci protectionis. And if it's an image design, whether we should see this as a 3D or hologram or motion mark is going to be important. Because if it's a 3D design, then it can be a unregistered mark. But if it's the other two, then Article 35, Paragraph 1 of Trademark Act cannot be applied. So how we are going to view so what type of image design it is will also be very important. And also there's a case pending between the same parties before a foreign court. We can apply lis pendens. And also another thing that might be an issue, whether punitive damages that have been ruled by American courts can be imposed in Korea. So IPR and unfair competition, anti-unfair competition all bring in the treble damages. And in particular, according to subcontracting law, punitive damages that were ruled in Hawaii, because this is not counter to Korean public morals, it has to be recognized. So aside from copyright law, most IPR law in Korea, treble damages might be recognized. But one thing that should be mentioned here is injunction rulings for offshore. In a case that involved DuPont, extraterritorial application injunction issued by a court of a foreign country, was served in injunction. The outcome was the ruling was an injunction from Federal District Court in Virginia, so that they couldn't sell products in that particular area for a very long time. And this was contrary to the public morals and standard decency of Korea, so this could not be carried out in Korea. Now we should turn to public legal relationship. We can look at it in three perspectives: jurisdiction to prescribe, jurisdiction to adjudicate, and jurisdiction to enforce. In terms of jurisdiction to adjudicate, this is about the international jurisdiction. And in terms of prescribing, whether under the Telecommunications Act whether it can be extraterritorially applied. So when we're referring to criminal law or administration law, extraterritorial application takes place quite often.
그다음에 또 하나 이제 생각해야 될 것은
And another thing that we should consider is,
입법관과 관련해서
in terms of jurisdiction to prescribe,
경쟁 방지법 영역입니다. 이 부분은 기본적으로
prevention of unfair competition and territoriality
여기에 적용을 하더라도 그것에 대해서
doesn't apply here.
논의가 없는 이상은 여기에 적용을 할 수 있는 영역입니다.
So extraterritorial application can take place unless there is discussion that determines otherwise.
그다음에 웹사이트 그렇게
So border measures, website takedown measures,
가져야 된다.
those areas should be paid attention to, in particular because this can extend to extraterritorial application, and this is quite important. Now, these situations arising, to solve these situations, I have come up with 7 solutions. First is taking a look and reviewing transparency reports from each metaverse platform providers. And according to Telecommunications Act, the platform providers are required to turn in transparency reports, and so we can encourage through international organizations and public domestic institutions to provide a uniform language across those transparency reports. And about international jurisdiction, Korea has, as I mentioned earlier, Korea is the first country to prescribe this, so we should try to spread this effort. And third of all, there are principles here, and these have been discussed at the Hague Convention on Choice. This has been discussed in Hague, and in terms of private international law, it was hard to come to a consensus. And Professor Jenkins-Berg and Professor Dreyfus made the ALI principle. And Axel Metra and other European professors came up with the CLIP principles. And to counter to this, Korea and Japan had come up with joint proposals, and I was part of that effort. And perhaps we could bring all 3 groups together, and in the International Association for Private International Law, and they came up with the Kyoto Guidelines. They actually did that and came up with the Kyoto Guidelines and dealt with the applicable law and etc. And one thing is that infringement of trade secret and unfair competition are understood as, they are treated as IPR infringement. And fourth of all, we could think about concluding bilateral or multilateral agreements. The first is the first trade deal that came between the US and China. And one very important part of that was the trade secret part. In particular, in 2019, if I look at the 2019 Unfair Competition Prevention Act of China, we can see that the law has been amended very much to recognize what had been discussed in that US-China deal. And if there's a bilateral agreement, then the territorial principle does not apply. So we can form international consensus. However, if it's a multilateral discussion, WIPO has to reach an international consensus on trade secret and unfair competition practices being viewed as IPR infringement. And another suggestion is expansions to territoriality principle. privacy or trade secrets or publicity
저기 부정 경쟁이라든가
or
이런
unfair
부분들에
competition,
대한
these areas,
국제적인 확산을 어느 정도까지 할지 국제적인
whether
논의가 필요한 시점이 되는 게
territoriality principle
아닌가라는
should be
생각을
applied to
보았고요.
which extent across those
지금까지
areas,
놓치는 부분이
that
뭐냐?
should be discussed in the
공법적
international
동물관계에
forum.
대한 논의입니다.
And what has also
그와
been
관련해서
missing
평가가
is
연계적인 효과 이론이라는 이명하에 실제적으로 일어나고 있습니다. 여러 나라에서.
jurisdiction to prescribe in terms of public legal relationship. There should be more active discussion on this.
그다음으로 생각하는 것은 이제 메타버스 상에서의
And next,
그다음에 중재인의
the arbitral panel and the mediators, their work in the metaverse could be performed in the ADR framework through the avatars. So they could refer to 7 principles, not 3 principles, but 7 principles. So neutrality by third person, prudence and independence, and fairness. These 4 are traditionally long-standing principles that apply to ADR, but we need 3 more additional. So what is most important in terms of the additional principles would be equivalent of identity of participants. So in ADRs, avatars are actually active, but one avatar doesn't represent one person, one identity, it represents a group. So some conditions apply, their wage or employee number or code. That is the only clue where we can determine who is standing behind that avatar. So we have to have more clear identity of participants, and we should also have the condition or principle of secrecy and perfection of cybersecurity. And my last proposal. So most metaverse platform operators are multinationals from OECD member countries. To take the example of Zepeto users that is provided by Naver, 300 million users are already registered and around 90% are foreigners. And most of the platform operators are multinationals from OECD member countries. And multinational companies have to abide by the OECD multinational guideline. This is a soft law, but because of the naming and shaming strategy of OECD, they have to issue annual reports, and if they don't abide by the guidance, then they might be kicked out of the market. And Korean companies had actually faced with the situation in the European Union. And consumer protection is a very contentious area here. So we have to make better use of this situation. So those were my 7 proposals and suggestions. Thank you for your attention.
네, 마지막
Thank you very much. That was the last presentation for today's forum. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. So we have been talking about the proposal of international solutions in the case of infringement of IPR on Metaverse. And so there is a IPR infringement on Metaverse, and what should states do and what challenges there are in front of us. Those were some of the issues that he dealt with in his presentation. From the morning until now, which is almost, it's actually past 5 p.m., we have been talking about the IP and the Metaverse and international cooperation. So thank you everyone for bearing with us to the end of all the presentations. And now it's the highlight of today's forum, which is the panel discussion, the Q&A session. So just a few housekeeping announcements. Those of you who need parking validation, please go to the left-hand side of the foyer and the 5th floor for the parking validation. And in just a moment, we're going to have a panel discussion. So while we just rearrange the stage, please bear with us for a few more moments. And you are welcome to pose questions to the presenters. So just write down a memo or maybe hand it in to one of our staff at the registration desk at the foyer. And then we will collect the questions and then deliver them to the moderator.
행사가 유튜브로 실시간
And today's global forum is also being live streamed on YouTube. So please, you can just go to the live streaming by writing the title in the search section of the YouTube, and then you can also post your questions in the reply section to the YouTube video live streaming. Many of you are leaving the hall, so please come back to your seats. We're going to soon start the panel discussion. And so the panel discussion will bring together up onto the stage the moderator and all of the presenters. So Professor Kyung-Shin Park is going to moderate. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us until the end. The Presidential Council on Intellectual Property, the MCST, and KIPO are the co-organizers of the Global Forum on IP and Metaverse. We are now heading towards the final part of the forum. We have had various presentations from various countries. We have talked about the variety of different IP-related issues in the metaverse and also international cooperation. So I think during the panel discussion, we'll be able to delve more deeply into the different issues that were raised.
네, 종합 토론회.
So before we go into the panel discussion, I would like to ask all the speakers as well as the moderator to come onto the stage and take your seats on the stage. During the panel discussion, we're going to have the moderator on the stage, but also all of the speakers who are here with us, please come up to the stage. I'm soon going to give the mic to Professor Kyung-Shin Park, who's going to be moderating the panel discussion.
네, 종합 토론을 함께 즐기시다가 혹시
If you have any questions while listening to the panel discussion, please go to YouTube. You can just type in the title of today's forum to search for the live streaming, and then you can post a question in the reply section of the YouTube, review section of the YouTube. So please, we look forward to your participation. So I think we have done arranging the stage once again. We're now going to start the panel discussion, and I'm now going to give the microphone to Professor Kyung-Shin Park, Professor of Ewha Women's University. So thank you for being with us for a whole day. So I am the moderator for the panel discussion. My name is Kyung-Shin Park. So it's really difficult participating for the entire day, and usually the panel discussion is preceded in a nearly empty hall. But we see a full hall today, and I think that shows the level of interest towards metaverse and the IP-related issues. So we have experts from Korea and from abroad, and they have raised a lot of issues. Actually, I think they've raised all of the issues possible in regard to metaverse. They have talked about the markets and the legal system, and so I'd just like to thank the presenters once again. So we've been talking about issues, the design rights, trademark, the redundancy protection, and the digital twin, copyright. So I think we have touched upon more or less all of the different issues related to metaverse. And we do have a time limit. So I think as a moderator, I will have to select some questions, and we won't be able to entertain all of the questions. But anyway, we have looked at the legal systems in different countries. They're all different according to the jurisdictions. And there are some abstractness of the legal system in relation to the metaverse. But nevertheless, I think if you listen to the presentations, there were some common traits. For example, there was a matter of jurisdiction. So when it comes to design and trademark and also industrial property, there's the territorial principle that is applied. But on the other hand, the metaverse platforms are multinationals. And so when there are disputes and violations, international law has to be applied to these areas of the metaverse. And so today we'll be talking about ways forward for the international cooperation in order to deal with the disputes in the metaverse. So the Web 2.0 disputes are very different from the disputes that are being raised in the metaverse. And so first of all, I can ask the presenters, if you have any questions you'd like to ask of other fellow presenters, you may go ahead. And also, if you have any suggestions for some other topics that you want to discuss in the discussion panel, please go ahead. Professor Han, I think perhaps would you like to go first? Hello, my name is Chi-Young Han. The IP and metaverse related issues have been raised quite comprehensively, and they were really challenging issues that we're facing here. In particular, when it comes to IP and industrial property, they are quite different from one another, and that well, actually, the copyright is based on the Berne Convention, and there's a principle of non-formality, so you don't have to register to have your copyright protected, but industrial property can only be protected after examination by organizations like KIPO, and you have to be able to register your right to be guaranteed those rights. But in Europe, you have unregistered designs that are also protected. So then, for example, if in other countries, you would have unregistered designs and they will not be protected, but in Europe they will be protected. And then you have the differences in law, and if there is a metaverse related dispute, then what happens then? Because there are differences, and that leads to the issue of the jurisdiction. So for example, if you look at the Korean metaverse platform, you have unregistered design from Europe and it's used unauthorized. And then is it violation or not? And then conversely, you'd also still face the challenge of having to determine whether it's a violation or not, according to which jurisdiction and which law. So you have the private international law, and so you have come up with the 7 solutions. So, but can we apply it as they are to the metaverse? So that's another question that we need to deal with. So basically, the WIPO does have to play a certain role as an international organization that has a mandate over these issues. And we have also heard from Mr. De Castro about the arbitration and the mediation process. Anyway, the treaties, forum, and arbitration, these kind of procedures are going to become increasingly more important.
Thank you very much. That was sort of a general summary that stressed the importance of international cooperation rather than posing a question. Does anyone have anything to add to that point among the presenters? If not, we'd like to make this a little more interesting, and there's a question that came up on the YouTube chat feature. Perhaps we could discuss this question. So this question goes to Professor Kyu-ho Lee. And in your presentation, you were talking about the terms of service that were provided by Naver. Even if there's agreement on exclusive choice of court, but choice of law could be determined differently from choice of court. Perhaps we could address that question before we going on with another discussion. My name is Kyu-ho Lee, not Ki-ho Lee. But anyway, to look at the terms and conditions of the Zebeto of Naver, there is the international choice of court agreement, but applicable law has not been determined, is not stated. And if the applicable law is not specified, then according to private international law, the most closely related relevant law would be applied. And I think that was rather a matter-of-fact question. So private international law, this entire idea is rather difficult to understand, and perhaps that's where the question came from. So if we could turn our attention towards more progress on the international cooperation, we have probably a panelist from WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center. So Professor Han earlier was touched briefly upon the role of WIPO, and WIPO has been speaking about digital copyright and content-related disputes. And regarding Metaverse, as was mentioned earlier, digital content disputes perhaps might be a little different from the way we should approach a Metaverse-related disputes. Do you have anything to say on that?
If I may, 제가 먼저 시작해도 괜찮나요?
So can I just start? Is it okay for me to start?
네, 발언 기회를 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunities to speak. My name is Adam Kwan. I'm a lawyer, but I am also working in the WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center. So, Ignacio de Castro, who is the director of our center, spoke in session 3, but I am participating on his behalf. So I was able to get a lot of insight from a lot of the presentations that were presented today. And so what I want to share with you today is the fact that the laws in all countries are very much different. But then in areas like Metaverse, where new technology is applied and there is an international dispute that is raised, there is a very cobweb of complex issues. And so we have arbitration and mediation based on the interests and rights and obligations of the parties involved. And this is the service that we provide at the center. So we're an international organization, and the member countries are promoting international cooperation. So in that regard, see the fairness and the international neutrality and independence are some of the principles that we believe are very important for us. And if you look at the ADR services provided by the WIPO, one of the biggest advantage of our service is confidentiality that we provide. And when it comes to IP, confidentiality is particularly important. And also in a digitalized environment such as the Metaverse, the disputes have to be resolved very speedily. So that's also quite another big beneficial aspect of our services. And also security is another important principle. So just to share a little bit of an experience, during the last 2 years, during the COVID-19 pandemic, our arbitration and mediation have gone entirely online, or sometimes in a hybrid fashion. And in regarding what Professor Kyu-ho Lee had mentioned, when it comes to the similarity and the homogeneity of identity, I think we can make use of the blockchain technology. We can use the blockchain technology, and I think it's a very interesting topic they just raised there. Thank you. Thank you very much for your response.
So in terms of Metaverse, if we look at it, it's also a digital space, and the dispute resolution frameworks for digital content that have already existed may be useful, but at the same time, if we look at the specific characteristics of metaverse, perhaps the arbitration frameworks or ADR systems, is there anything we should consider or improve to better deal with issues regarding the metaverse? Would any speaker care to address that question? If not, so dispute resolution systems are very important, but at the same time, what has been discussed extensively in the past, and a lot of the speakers have been touching upon the terms of use, unfairness, and just compensation issues. The opinions that keep arising is perhaps providing a more standardized terms of use for metaverse platforms. Perhaps this effort could be spearheaded by WIPO because there's a lot of demand for that and there are a lot of issues arising. For example, if a standardized metaverse platform terms of use, how effective would this be in actual industry? Perhaps I could ask this question of Mr. Shane O'Reilly, who is in the industry himself.
Yeah, this is Shane O'Reilly. I think standardized terms of use, I think it's helpful, but I think it's ultimately something that would have to be done in partnership with the technology companies that are building the metaverse. Because I think, frankly, even if Meta partnered with other companies to build terms of use, I think that's a difficult enough process. Because if you look at the terms of use for our Horizon Worlds platform and for our device, and you look at the terms of use for Decentraland and Sandbox, there's not a direct alignment. So I think it ultimately just requires really much more coordination around with the companies, around just kind of what standard terms we want to include as a bare bones position, and maybe an idea is we highlight those areas that are less contentious, or that companies are less likely to argue about. So it might even be around ownership of IP. Among the creators. Maybe that's something that's less likely for the owners to argue about. Or maybe it's something similar to dispute resolution. We kind of all agree that any disputes associated with the metaverse should be within a specific jurisdiction or location, or that it should go to arbitration. But I think it would just take just companies coming together and figuring out which provisions we could all agree on, maybe even working with WIPO on that, and then going from there.
Thank you. So actually, I just gave you a very abstract question, but thank you very much for your detailed answer and concrete answer. So anyway, the terms of use for the metaverse platforms cannot just be limited, or the standardization cannot be done by just one country or one company. And so there are also various types of metaverse. So we also have to take into account the different types of metaverse. So regarding this question, the terms of use for the metaverse platforms, anybody else would like to add anything? So I have actually a question. So metaverse service providers' terms of use, have there any related disputes being tabled at the WIPO Arbitration Center? So I think Adam Kwon, or maybe the director, can answer from the WIPO Arbitration and Mediation Center. So he was asking the question, have there been any cases related to terms of use of metaverse platforms? So perhaps can you elaborate on that?
I think that's one for you, RM.
네, 안녕하세요. 질문
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So regarding platforms or service providers, so the question, yes, I do know that there has been a case that has been referred to the arbitration center. But then I did mention confidentiality, so I cannot mention the details about the particular case. But what I can say is that we did a survey, and recently, regarding digital disputes, we did do a survey, and if you look at the results, you can see that there is a brief summary of the different cases that have been submitted to our center. So if you actually refer to that report and the survey results, you'll be able to see some cases there. And if you want further details, or if you actually want to submit an application for mediation, then we'll be able to give you a more detailed response. Thank you.
So this answer just now, alternative dispute resolution, ironically enough, that answer highlighted the strengths of the ADR because secrecy is guaranteed, and for new platforms, new technology platforms like Metaverse, the trade secrets are very important. So those ADR mechanisms that guarantee secrecy could be very attractive indeed for the industry. I have a question. So in the terms of use, if there's a dispute that arises, if arbitration takes place, it's a one-time decision. And if the businesses are the parties, then things can be very unfavorable towards them. So parties who desire going to 3 times, they might want to go to a lawsuit to the court rather than arbitration. So perhaps Mr. O'Reilly could take that question.
Yeah, and I think that's, look, I think the reality is I think that's probably more of a kind of case-by-case basis. I think, certain companies might ultimately have a preference for there to be a lawsuit as part of their terms of use as opposed to an ADR. So I think it ultimately just kind of comes down to a business decision. But I think that's a very interesting question that you raised, and I think pretty interesting issues that would need to be grappled with and worked out. Like I said, should there be some type of standardized terms of use that companies agree on?
So ADR is actually one of the many alternatives. I think there is a question from YouTube or from the floor. So I think, Mr. Dillon, you said you wanted to say something earlier, I think.
Yes, I just wanted to make a couple of short points about ADR. Clearly, ADR, especially the ADR provided by WIPO, is a potential workaround for jurisdictional questions. But I think we need to remember that the international infrastructure for enforcing arbitration awards applies only to international and non-domestic awards. So ADR is not going to be necessarily not necessarily going to provide a uniform solution for domestic cases, because the New York Convention applies to only to non-domestic cases. So that's a small, rather academic point. The second point, which is more practical, is that it's fine for industries to develop a consensus about terms and conditions, but the terms on which they do business are a potential competitive advantage for them vis-a-vis the market. And as the music industry found when it tried to respond initially to the threat of online piracy, if you try to agree business models within an industry, you immediately run into problems with the competition regulator. So industry, I think, will probably be very nervous about progressing towards uniform terms through agreement. They probably have to simply compete, and the consumer will determine which terms are most acceptable.
추가적으로 또 저희 메타버스 플랫폼. So, yes, we've been talking about the terms of use in relation to metaverse platforms, some of the challenges and concerns. So, when we talk about jurisdiction, whenever we run into the issue of jurisdiction, a solution is an international treaty or international convention. So, regarding the metaverse platforms, some people say that we need a convention and treaty, but that's not going to happen overnight. But it does come up. But it could be a new treaty, or it could be an addition to an existing treaty. But anyway, there needs to be some kind of an international treaty or law on metaverse platforms. So anybody else have something to say about this international treaty or convention or possibility of one regarding the metaverse? So perhaps we could give the mic to our speaker from the European Union, because you have many members and it's the European Union. So perhaps Mr. Ververdorfer, do you have something that you'd like to add regarding the possibility of an international treaty or convention or agreement regarding the metaverse platform?
Thank you very much also for the contributions of everybody here today. It was very interesting for me and a pleasure to listen to you. What was mentioned before, and that potential infringements will affect basically all the countries of the world and all IPR rights, including unregistered designs in the EU. This is certainly correct, as long as the territoriality and infringement is confirmed in that area. So this is, of course, the situation. And even more, listening today, I found interesting and of course very valid that one of the main legal bases which will be used, I assume, in the future will be unfair competition law, meaning not IPR instrument, but unfair competition law. And just to mention in this regard that within the EU, we have not harmonized this. We are not able to harmonize this because this is very differently regulated. So this even adds to the problem. And as you refer to the experience in Europe, how far we are able to harmonize our legal framework, it shows the difficulty. Of course, it would be very helpful to have international treaty or convention, maybe even an amendment of TRIPS, WTO TRIPS, but seeing the international tension about TRIPS, I see this as very difficult at the moment because interests are very much disaligned, I would say. So it would be very good, but I think difficult. I mean, to be worked on probably with the help of many partners to get it moving. Maybe if I have two comments as well to the ADR system, which would be certainly a good way out of this, but to be remembered, both parties have to agree on the ADR process. So this has to be achieved and it's not always the case. Secondly, there will be a limitation in the amount of cases which the WIPE will be able to deal with. So I repeat a bit what Shane said today. I mean, twice. First, to say that to be seen by the platforms a bit what is really a damage or maybe a promotion, to distinguish maybe more between small, more or less innocent users and really the big wrongdoers, and have maybe a different attitude towards the virtual world compared to the real world. I think this might be a tendency, but of course I'm not in the business, but I would assume this might be the case. Yeah, that would be my take.
저희 공사 참석관님께서 So, Mr. Vervendorf raised a question that actually necessitated today's forum. And amongst the presentations, Mr. Masuda talked about the NFT white paper in Japan. And it's symbolic, but at the same time, I think that kind of effort on the part of the Japanese LDP actually formed a basis for international consensus. So could you maybe elaborate on this international aspect or international potential of the white paper, Mr. Masuda?
And thank you for presentation then. As for the white paper published by the LDP, they are partially concerned about the international issues, like including the standardization, the metaverse rules, but it mainly focused on the technological and also the construction of the service measure, like controlling the users' usage of the service or the like that. So including by using blockchain technologies or by using some storage services or other aspects of infrastructure or some kinds of such basic issues for the establishment of each services. So currently they are not concerned about the dispute resolution, but it will be. And in another aspect of white paper, they really discussed the consumer protection issues regarding NFT trading or crypto trading. So in the next white paper, it will be amended at this year, at the end of this year or the next year, and probably such consumer protection issues regarding the dispute resolution will come in the next version.
Actually, recently, the platforms like NFT and Metaverse, of course, you have the protection of the rights holders, but also the protection of consumers is another very important issue. So Mr. Hee-Chang Kim and Professor Chang-Hwa Kim have been talking about the copyright and industrial properties like trademark and design. So perhaps there's something you would like to mention because you're running out of time. You could not mention in your presentation, or is there something else you would like to talk about regarding to international cooperation? Now is the time to go ahead. So actually, I have a question for Professor Chang-Hwa Kim. So
what you mentioned earlier about expanding the scope of Design Protection Act to better protect the items within Metaverse, and you also talked about the importance of harmonization with the Copyright Protection Act. But my concern is that in addition to the issue of protection within the Metaverse, we should also be concerned about the issue of free use. So Copyright Protection Act and Design Protection Act, if they are working together, areas that are allowed by Copyright Protection Act, how will protection be additionally provided by the Design Protection Act? Yes, that is indeed a very difficult issue. When I was studying Design Protection Act, whether better protection for design actually affords more protection. So IPR in general the ultimate goal is not to protect the rights of the right holders, but to further develop the industry. So, of course, the free use is a very important issue. If we look at reports from the United States, there's also such content. So U.S. patent law, if that protects design, then it might actually hold back innovation. So that is one sentence that I saw in a report from the United States, and I actually agree with that statement very much. So if digital design is brought under the realm of Design Protection Act, from a realistic perspective, of course, we're discussing this because there is the urgent need for protection of digital designs. But in terms of free use, if something is allowed under Copyright Act, if that is, again, blocked or prevented by Design Prevention Act, then that would be a problem. So that has to be taken in consideration when we're amending the acts. So in terms of protection of IPR, we think about the right holders protection, and we also look at the collision with the basic rights such as freedom of expression. And we had a question from the floor.
So there might be not for sale clothing, in other words, 3D digital clothing that is worn by a virtual influencer, and this clothing might have a logo or may have copied the clothing of somebody else. So would that be considered as an infringement of IP? So these kind of 3D digital clothing is not for sale, but nonetheless the virtual influencer may be wearing this across the different media. So could that be a problem? So that was a question for Professor Han. So thank you very much for the question. And I think it's a question that can come quite frequently from the users. So there's the Article 2 in the Trademark Act regarding the use of the trademark. So just having that mark is considered as using a trademark. So whether the clothing is for sale or not for sale, just the fact that the logo is there on the clothing can be seen as an infringement of trademark. But then what happens in a virtual world? So that's one question that we need to think about. And then the clothing is not for sale. That's a second issue. So in the case of not for sale clothing, how does the how does the Trademark Act consider this fact? Well, actually, in the case of patents, there is a criteria about the commercial use, but we don't have that kind of provision in the Trademark Act. So even if it's a non-for-sale clothing, if it was used by a business, then it would be considered a violation of the Trademark Act. In the case of 3D digital or virtual clothing, is that a product under the Trademark Act? That's another question that we have to deal with. In the case of virtual products, as I had said in my presentation, can be categorized under number 9, class 9. And so even if it's for non-commercial purposes, it can be actually infringement of trademark, because even though it's virtual under class 9. And then the fact that it's non-for-sale clothing. And if it was actually copying somebody else's clothing in the virtual world, would still that be a violation of copyright or IP? Well, the design of clothes is also copyrightable. It can be considered as an artistic or a photographic work. And then it could also be considered as an audiovisual work if it's actually also visual as well. So yes, they are copyrightable. So in the metaverse, if you have this kind of copying of clothes, that can also happen in the real world. Or if the clothing in the metaverse had copied something in the real world, then it can actually be a violation of copyright, because it doesn't really matter if the purpose was commercial or not. So in fact, there are many users of the metaverse, and they have a lot of questions, I think, and one of which was just entertained. But unfortunately, due to the time constraint, we do have to wrap up the Q&A and the discussion session. So from the morning, we have been talking about the metaverse market, relevant laws and regulations, and it was, I think, a very meaningful forum. So I would like to particularly thank the presenters, and also I would like to thank all the participants for being here with us until the end. It's been a long day, but I think we still need more discussion. And so hopefully the Presidential Council on Intellectual Property will probably come up with another session for us to continue our discussion. So with that, I'd like to close today's Global Forum on IP and Metaverse. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. As she has mentioned, we've been here for quite a long day, but I'd like to thank Professor Kyung-Shin Park once again for moderating the session, and also all of the presenters and the participants in today's forum. With that, I'd like to announce the end of the Global Forum on IP and Metaverse, organized by the Presidential Council on IP and MCST and KIPO. Thank you very much for being here with us for the entire day. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you very much.